in this petition are not pending in any court of law, constitutional or statutory body. Therefore, your humble petitioners pray that the National Assembly, through the Departmental Committee on Environment and Natural Resources, investigate into the stalling of the project and appropriate resolves the matter herein to ensure provision of clean and adequate water to the affected residents of Nakuru Town East constituency. Thank you. And your petitioners will ever pray. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petition referred to the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. Next.
Order number 5, papers.
Chairman, Departmental Committee on Sports, Culture and Tourism. The Vice Chair, Honorable Dr. Lemaine Corey.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of House today, Wednesday, 4th March 2020. Report of the Departmental Committee on Sports, Culture and Tourism delegation to Nevada, United States of America on benchmarking of the Gaming Bill 2019 from 15th to 22nd September 2019. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Next.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Question by the member for Madhioya.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask question 034 of 2020. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain why over 470 residents under the Older Persons Cash Transfer Program in Cairo location in Madhioya constituency are yet to receive their stipend since the commencement of the program? Has the ministry put in place any measures to ensure that the said persons are paid their stipends? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, referred to the Departmental Committee on Labor and Social Welfare. Next question, member for Saku. Honorable Russell.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish to ask question 55 of 2020 to the Cabinet Secretary for Transport, Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development. 1. Could the Cabinet Secretary state and list all the road projects in Marsabit County under the Kenya National Highways Authority, including its budgetary allocation from 2013 to 2019, giving breakdown by road? 2, how much was each constituency from Marsabit County allocated and utilized during the said period? 3, could the Cabinet Secretary provide a list of all the contractors, the roads they constructed, and the amount paid to them during the said period? And what is the projected allocation per constituency in the year 2019-2020? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
2019-2020. And indeed, what you have read, Honorable Russell, seems to be at variance with what I have on the order paper. But nevertheless, whatever the issues, they will be conversed before the Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing.
Well guided. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Next question by the member for Bomet Central, Honorable Tonui.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I arise to ask the question 036, the Cabinet Secretary for Education. What plans has the ministry put in place to ensure the construction of Bomet University Hospital commences, considering that funding was allocated by the National Assembly in the current financial year? Thank you.
Honorable Tonui, if the member for Isiolo could sit, you know, standing orders are very clear, and the member for Marakwet. Honorable Tonui, your question is directed to the Cabinet Secretary for Education, but I see that here it says it be referred to the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning. Is that your desire?
I believe the Finance Committee is the best because it was the issue of printed estimates, which has not been reflected in the books of the Ministry of Education.
But you see, Honorable
So the
Tonui,
National Treasury could be the right.
but you see, Honorable Tonui, since this is a budgetary matter,
Yes.
I think the Ministry of Education would be better placed also to indicate whether they were allocated any funds. Because if they were, then those funds would be reflected in their ministry's votes. Would that be so?
I believe so, although it was something to do with public participation, which came to permit, and was allocated directly by the Budget Committee of this Parliament.
But what I don't understand is, are you the one who instructed the clerks to draft the question? Because the question is to the Cabinet Secretary for Education.
Yes.
But you want the response from National Treasury.
When I saw that it has been assigned to the National Treasury, I thought that was the best way to handle it.
No, they are making a correction that the question should be responded to before the Committee on Education and Research.
I'm guided.
Very well,
Thank
very
you.
well. Final question, member for Maragua, Honorable Mary Wamawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this chance to ask question number 37 to the Cabinet Secretary for Roads and Physical Planning. One, what plans has the Cabinet Secretary put in place to ensure transfer and legislation of the following parcels of road located in Kakuzi and Kerimeri location in Murang'a County and the Murang'a Road Registry currently registered in Kiabu Road Registry, that is Kakuzi stroke Kerimeri Block 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, and 10 belonging to Kerimeri, Mwetuberia, Kamete, Kiajogo, Mogumoine, Motithi, Gaishajiro, are the Dilitu cooperative societies respectively, among others. Two, why are members of the RAD Control Board in Kimorori Division, Murang'a County, not yet appointed right from inception, and what steps is the ministry taking to have the said board constituted? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Question to be responded to before the Committee on Lands. This second segment of that order being statements. I see a request by the member for Kirinyaga. Member for Kirinyaga is busy canvassing. And I said this yesterday, I want this request to be in my office, request for a statement 1 hour before the House sits. Yeah, I can see this one you took when everybody was, when I was not even in the office myself. But proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Honorable Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order number 43 to make a statement on the International Women's Day. Honorable Speaker, on the 8th of March every year, the world marks the International Women's Day, which is a global day celebrating the socio-economic, cultural, and political achievements of women, while also making a call to action for acceleration of gender equality. Honorable Speaker, as a country, we take the pride in the tremendous progress made towards the realization of gender equality and the women empowerment. Since its establishment in 2001, KEWOPA has had notable achievements in safeguarding women's rights through spearheading the enactment of several legislations, among them the Sexual Offences Bill Act 2006, the Prohibition of Female Genital Mutilation Act, the Marriage Act, Matrimonial Property Act, and the Protection Against Domestic Violence Act, amongst others. In addition, KEWOPA has been instrumental in two-thirds gender debate and is hopeful that the requirement for two-thirds will be achieved. The accomplishments are entirely due to dedication, teamwork, and efforts made by members of KEWOPA, together with other partners, amongst them the Parliament of Kenya, the Government of Kenya, and other non-state actors. Honorable Speaker, this year's Women's Day theme is Each for Equal, which is drawn from notion of collective individualism. I take this opportunity to urge all members of Parliament to reaffirm the spirit of Beijing Conference with renewed commitment and pledge for greater efforts towards promotion of gender equality in all spheres of life, and more specifically, by enacting laws that promote and advocate for gender equality. I wish to emphasize the gender balance is not a women's issue. It is an economic issue that advocacy, inclusive mindsets, and tangible action are required for all of us to ensure we achieve our goal. Honorable Speaker, finally, I take this opportunity to invite all members to a breakfast meeting to celebrate the International Women's Day tomorrow, Thursday, 5th March 2020, in the new restaurant wing, main Parliament buildings at 8 a.m. Thank you.
Yes, what's the point of order?
Speaker, I really want to thank the member for Kirinyaga and chair of KEWOPA. But there's something she said, that this year their theme is Each for Equal. Each for Equal. Speaker, she needs to explain what is Each for Equal. I mean, you know, before we go to the breakfast, because this is a serious terminology. Each for Equal is a very serious term, and so she can explain to us what that means, so that we can decide and prepare for the breakfast.
But in her statement, she says that each for equal is drawn from the notion of collective individualism. I think since you have been invited for breakfast, tomorrow here, why don't you go and be explained this each for equal? Honorable Junet, what do you want to say about this, each for equal?
Mr. Speaker, as much as I agree with your ruling that we wait for the breakfast tomorrow, but Mr. Speaker, you know the statement was done in the plenary, in the public, and Kenyans are listening to it, Mr. Speaker. Each for equal, Mr. Speaker, the way I understand is only a man who's equal to a woman should come for that breakfast, Mr. Speaker. And I don't know how that equality has been measured, Mr. Speaker. Whether you are equal in other extraordinary work, or in terms of height, or in terms of earnings, salary, or in terms of way of living. Mr. Speaker, what is this each for equal? Unless we are told that, we shall not attend that meeting, Mr. Speaker. Because I am equal to my wife. But if she wants me to prove I'm equal to another person, then you have to be given time to prove that, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, no, I'm saying that statement of equal to each, Mr. Speaker, has very serious connotations, Mr. Speaker. Very hidden, and I'm a Muslim, Mr. Speaker. I agree. So, Mr. Speaker, can the chair of KEWOPA explain to members here, what does he mean by each to equal? Does it mean that I'm an equal to a woman, or a woman is equal to me? Can you explain?
Let's get from the immediate past chair, Honorable Mbarire. Among the four.
Mr. Chairman, that particular phrase, each for equal, you know we've been pushing for gender equality. And gender is not a women's issue. It's a man and women issue. So what we are saying is that each one of us should start pushing for equality of all humanity, both men and women, in terms of opportunity, in terms of education, in terms of leadership. That is what each for equal means, Honorable Jeanette. I know like now you believe in your girl, your daughter, getting an equal opportunity like your son. So each for equal means each one of us has a responsibility to support the equality of gender, the equality of the boy child and the girl child, so that all opportunities are available for them. And let me say this, Mr. Speaker, so that they are not looking at it purely from a male or boy child, women perspective. Right now, our biggest challenge going forward is the issue of the boy child. So we are now saying the boy child needs to get equal opportunity like the girl child so that they can be able to get the same level. And we have seen that is now the greatest challenge that we are having back in our villages. So each one of you should come for that breakfast tomorrow so that we can start pushing for the boy child. So you're most welcome, gentlemen.
Very well.
Yeah.
Very well, honourable members. This is a special invitation actually should go to the member for Budalangi, who I can see is very happy with the invitation. Honourable Raphael Wanjala, you've heard about this invitation. Each for equal. Sorry. Each for equal. And you are invited for a breakfast meeting tomorrow at 8 here in the restaurant, Parliament restaurant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want first of all to thank you for giving me this opportunity to discuss this issue in this House, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it has been difficult sometimes to address these things because most men live in a lie. They don't tell their families the truth. And Mr. Speaker, that's why you have found that most of us as leaders, when you die, you find 6, 10 concubines with your children, and you claimed that you had only one wife, and you cheated on the whole of your family, and you leave them in an embarrassment. Men must come out and speak the truth. And women have succeeded in this, and that is why they have pushed a girl child to a level that they have now surpassed a boy child. And that is why I support Barry when she says, now a boy child should also be pushed to that level. And that is why I am opposed to Mr. Speaker, that if you want to be a governor, you don't need to look for a women deputy. You need to look for a person who will complement what you don't have, so that you become a strong team to win an election, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, we are all Kenyans, and this is a democratic society. You don't need to legislate in this House issues of gender, because that is why you put it in the Constitution. Until today, Mr. Speaker, you have not achieved anything even in this House. And I warn the BBI guys, if they put those things in that BBI, that you want to be a governor, a woman should be your deputy. You want to be a president, a woman should be your deputy. We will collapse that thing very early in the morning as Kenyans. I want to warn them. This is an elective office. Let them give Kenyans a chance to decide in a democratic society. Who has capacity to win, let him win. But if it's about issues of marriage, it is very clear in the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, that if you want to marry, you look for an opposite sex. So in appointment, let them consider those issues. But in a democratic election, let them give everybody a chance to be elected. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And that is each for equal. No, Honorable because we want to move to business.
Honorable Speaker, I think we are treading on very dangerous grounds. when you say that the theme for International Women's Day for 2020 is each for equal, when religiously you look at it from a different angle. If you say each for equal, would mean a man for a man or a woman for a woman. So, yes. So, we need, because a man cannot be equal to a woman, medically. So, if we are saying each for equal, I think our women need to expose it very clearly so that religiously it does not interfere with our faith. Because does it mean we are promoting homosexuality or lesbianism or that kind of thing? So I think it is something that we must not take it very lightly. We have to be very careful about it.
But I think you will be explained more of a breakfast tomorrow. That each for equal. I think over a cup of tea you may be able to understand this each for equal. But spend the night thinking about it, each for equal. Now, honourable members, before we move to the next order, I want to recognize the presence in the public gallery of students and pupils from the following institutions. Number one, from AIC Karas High School, Kapenguria constituency, West Pokot County. Those from New Junior Campus, Embakasi East constituency, Nairobi County. And those from Oserian Hilltop Academy, Naivasha constituency, Nakuru County. They are welcome to observe the proceedings in the National Assembly this afternoon. Honourable members, honourable members, now I can see we have a sufficient number in the House, even as we wait for each for equal. This communication, honourable members, is merely meant to draw the attention of the House to some business that's going to be transacted tomorrow at 2:30 in the afternoon. Honourable members, you will recall that on 13th of February 2020, I did convey a message from His Excellency the President that in the exercise of the powers conferred at Article 115, Clause 1, Paragraph B of the Constitution, President, by way of a memorandum dated 3rd of January 2020, and referred the Law of Contract Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 1 of 2019, back to the National Assembly for consideration. The bill is sponsored by the member for Juja, the Honorable Francis Waitito, MP. Thereupon, I did refer the reservations of the President as contained in the memorandum to the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs for consideration. The committee did table its report on the memorandum during today's morning sitting, Wednesday, 3rd of March 2020. No, today, 4th of March 2020. Honourable members, for the interest of the members who are yet to familiarize themselves with the contents of the report, the committee has recommended that the House rejects the President's proposed amendments and thus passing the bill a second time without amendments as per the provisions of Article 115, Clause 2, Paragraph B of the Constitution. In this regard, I wish to draw the attention of the House to my previous guidance to the House regarding voting threshold for the passage of a bill a second time without amendments. In this case, the House will be required to pass the bill by a vote supported by 2/3 of members of the National Assembly. Honourable members, the House Business Committee, during its sitting held yesterday, Tuesday, 3rd of March 2020, did prioritize this particular business for consideration tomorrow, Thursday, 5th of March 2020, as the very first business to be considered by the House after question time. Therefore, any members wishing to agree with the committee's recommendations should avail themselves in the House in order to exercise their mandates and vote accordingly. The House is accordingly also guided. I thank you. Honourable members, I think you better read the standing orders and understand. It's not everything, every day. Now, a communication, put the question. And honourable members, please, and this perhaps is, the members are encouraged to just refresh your memories on some of these basic procedures. A message does not elicit a question. There cannot be a point of order relating to this communication. I have told you, this is merely to draw the attention of the House to the fact that if the House intends to pass that bill in the manner that you passed it last year, you must be here in your droves so that not less than 233 of you will be present to agree with the committee. The net effect of not being here in those numbers and voting accordingly will be that the bill will be lost. Yeah, that's all it means. I cannot start conducting tutorials about the standing orders. This is a simple matter. Yeah. No. No, you cannot. No, it is never done that way. Remember for Kilifi North. This is not the way Parliament operates. You want to express sadness at the fact that you suspect you may not be able to raise the quorum. Now, how can you start now? How can we begin debating that, even anticipating that you may not have the quorum? So I'm giving you sufficient prior notice. So you just mobilize. You don't stand now and say you want to debate. You want to debate the possibility that you might not be there in those numbers. Just begin mobilizing. Obviously, because you will also have been, I believe you'll be very many because you will have been in the breakfast meeting for the equal for each for equal. So that is also a way of mobilizing yourselves. Precisely. Especially during that each for equal. Next order. Please, we have some heavy business ahead of us.
Order number 8, motion, appointment of members to the Committee on Members' Services and Facilities.
Leader of majority.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 175 and 212B, Section 3, this House approves the appointment of the following members to the Committee on Members' Service and Facilities. The Honorable Ezekiel Mochogu, MP, the Honorable Catherine Waruguru, MP, the Honorable Florence Kosgei, MP, the Honorable Samuel Moroto, MP, the Honorable Silas Kipkoech Tiren, MP, the Honorable Janet Nangabo Wanyama, MP, the Honorable Rehema Hassan, MP, the Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, MP, the Honorable Charity Kadhambi, MP, the Honorable Elisha Odhiambo, MP, the Honorable Koth Bernard Otieno, MP, the Honorable Elisa Mohanda, MP, the Honorable Engineer Nzambia Kidhua, MP, the Honorable Christopher Aseka, MP, and the Honorable John Walter Owino, MP. Speaker, as the House is aware that the Committee on Service and Facilities is a sessional committee and has sessional terms, and as such ought to be reconstituted at the commencement of every session of the House. Mr. Speaker, the officers of the majority and minority whip submitted their list of nominations to the Committee of Selection for consideration. Pursuant to provision of Standing Order 173, the Committee on Selection during its first sitting of February 26, 2020, again pursuant to Standing Order 172, looked at the attendance and performance of those members, and again, using Standing Order 173 on the provision on the nomination of members to select committees, unanimously adopted. So these are very important committees. These are committee that receive and consider views of members on services and facilities provided for their benefit and well-being, and advising and reporting on all matters connected to the services and facilities and further to the Parliamentary Service Commission. So I really urge the House to approve, to enable the committee elect its chairperson and vice chairperson, as well as transact business related to matters. Speaker, since this committee was put in place, a lot of things have changed. We have not reached where we were supposed to, but I think the service have a bit improved. And I can confirm that today, Mr. Speaker, you had lunch at the launch, at the dining, with a number of the leadership, and I am sure they can do better. And with those many remarks, I'll ask the leader of minority, who's also a member of that committee, to second.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second this motion. There's nothing really much to say, just to add that I think there was only one change that we made to this committee by bringing Bernard Okoth, who has not been having committees, to this committee. Mr. Speaker, the Committee on Members' Services, I just want to appeal to other members of Parliament because, Mr. Speaker, at times our security is very important and paramount, much as we also want to serve our constituents. But there is need for order. If the Parliament has decided that at every given time, a member should have 2 or so visitors, just respect that. Because bringing 20 members, if each one of us was to bring 20 members to the restaurant, for example, Mr. Speaker, much as, yes, these are the people who vote for us, but just have some order. So we would have about 7,000 people at a time. Even one of the biggest hotels in this country cannot manage that number, and it compromises our security. So, Mr. Speaker, I wanted just to appeal to our colleagues because this has become a concern. And when you ask the Parliament orderlies, they tell you that members of Parliament don't want to cooperate on this. And I think that is something that we can discuss as members of Parliament and implement. You can have 2, then once those 2 have another 2. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I second.
Honourable members, I propose a question, which is that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 175 and 212B, subsection 3, this House approves the appointment of the following members to the Committee on Members, Services and Facilities. 1, the Honourable Ezekiel Machogu Ombaki, MP, the Honourable Catherine Waruguru, MP, the Honourable Florence Chemngetich Kosgei, MP, the Honourable Samuel Moroto Chumel, MP, the Honourable Silas Kipkoech Tiren, MP, the Honourable Janet Nangabo Wanyama, MP, the Honourable Rehema Hassan, MP, the Honourable Rigathi Gachagua, MP, the Honourable Charity Kathambi Chepkwony, MP, the Honourable Elisha Odhiambo, MP, the Honourable Bernard Otieno Okoth, MP, the Honourable Elsie Muhanda, MP, the Honourable Engineer Thandius Kithua Nzambia, MP, the Honourable Christopher Wangaya Aseka MP, and the Honorable John Walter Owino MP. It's a desire that honourable members, it's just to test. The desire of the House that I put the question. Honourable members, just to test, I've been asked by the Honourable Pokosa to put the question. So I therefore put the question, which is that the motion as read be approved. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as the contrary opinion say no? The ayes have it. I suspect you are satisfied with the services offered by those members in the last parliament, which is the reason why you have approved them. Next order.
Order number 9, motion, appointment of members to the Committee on Parliamentary Powers and Privileges.
Leader of Majority.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that pursuant to the provisions of Section 15, 1A Roman 2 of the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act 2017 and Standing Order 175, this House approves the appointment of the following members to the Committee on Parliamentary Powers and Privileges, in addition to the one specified under Section 15, 1A Roman 1 of the said Act. And the Speaker, for avoidance of doubt, the person mentioned under Section 15, 1A Roman 1 of the Act is the Speaker, who automatically becomes the chair of this committee. The rest of the other members are Honorable Anthony Kiai, MP, Honorable Vincent Tuei, MP, Honorable Beatrice Cherono Kones, MP, Honorable Francis Chachuganya, MP, Honorable Francis Kangede Jomo, MP, Honorable Peter Mwathi, MP, Honorable Marcelino Malimo Arbele, MP, Honorable Gladwell Cheriot, MP, Honorable Captain Retired Dismas Wekesa Baraza, MP, Honorable Andrew Madime, MP, Honorable Omar Mwinyi, MP, Honorable James Onyango Oyo, MP, Honorable Danson Mashako, MP, Honorable Vincent Kemosi Mogaka, MP. Speaker, again, this is a sessional committee and ought to be reconstituted at the commencement of every session of the House, and Section 15 of the Powers and Privilege Act 2017 provides for the Committee of Powers and Privilege. This committee is chaired by the Speaker and has 14 members. And the Speaker, I want to confirm that the Office of the Majority and Minority Party Whips submitted their list of nomination to the Committee of Selection for consideration in accordance with the Standing Order 173. The Committee on Selection, which I chair, during its first sitting of February 26, 2020, and pursuant to Standing Order 172 on its mandate and Standing Order 173 on the provisions on the nomination of members to select committee, unanimously adopted the list. Mr. Speaker, this is a committee that you chair, and I am sure members are aware that they have done a commendable job. Their attendance to the committee can be provided by the director of committee and the whips, that they have been diligent to their duties. And the main function of this committee, Mr. Speaker, is to inquire into the conduct of members whose conduct is alleged to constitute a breach of privilege given to them by the legislature. I urge, Mr. Speaker, the House to approve in order to enable the committee to transact business during the fourth session of the 12th Parliament. And I ask Honorable Bandi. Honorable Bandi is busy talking to his Honorable Bandi to second this report.
Honorable John Bandi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I have also to take care of the interests of ODM. So they call me to. But anyway, I second this motion. It's just reappointing the same members of the Powers and Privileges Committee back to the same. It's the standing orders that require that their time had lapsed. So there is no new member, there is no old member we are removing, and new member we are bringing back. Mr. Speaker, I second.
Honourable Member, even as I propose the question on this motion, let me just draw the attention of the House to something that I have wished the Committee on Procedural Services could also delve into, because we must live with the times. It's a reality. We are in the age where communication has become extremely important at all times. And I'm saying this because the Leader of Majority indicated when he was calling upon the Leader of Minority to second, he noticed that the Leader of Minority was in some communication, not necessarily with his maker, but with human beings. I think we need to also look into our standing orders on our members. And I'm sure many of you may have noticed that, unlike in the past, when, as I'm standing now, I saw what I'm saying on the hands of the member for Emuhaya. It was, that would earn him expulsion. I think we need to also move with the times. So, and I'm happy that the Honorable John Olagwa-Luoch is here, so that we can also propose some amendments to the standing orders. Yes, you can come in with your mobile phones as you always do, without me, except me. But put them in silent mode, so that on occasion you can bed and communicate with the villagers and other people. Because I notice that Kenyans, even when they can see you on TV contributing, your phones are ringing. So, but those are the people you represent, and they will be calling to tell you, yes, I agree with what you are saying. Surely, it doesn't work. But I think we need to also reflect in our standing orders that, yes, recognize that it is a necessity. So that, as it is today, there is no provision allowing for you to bed down there and speak on your mobile phone. I think we need to recognize that fact and make sure that even when you communicate, you do like the leader of the minority party. The people next to you are not disturbed by your communication, even if you are being quarreled by other people, including your spouses or such like close relations or acquaintances. I think it is important. It's a point, and I'm saying this because the Honorable Omlele is here, the Honorable Olagwa-Luoch, who are members of the Procedure and House Rules Committee, if they could consider this so that we put it in our standing orders, so that nobody then complains when you see your colleague, you start thinking that they are misbehaving. In some jurisdictions, I've also noticed, some jurisdictions that I've faced, and I noticed that some speakers are also busy on the phone, so you wonder now who is. So, honourable members, I think that was just an observation, and I think it is good. We really must appreciate this. It is a reality. So, honourable members, I propose the question that pursuant to provisions of Section 15, subsection 1, paragraph A, Roman 2, of the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act of 2017, and Standing Order number 175, this House approves the appointment of the following members to the Committee of Parliamentary Powers and Privileges, in addition to the one specified under Section 15, subsection 1, paragraph A, Roman 1 of the said Act. 1. The Honorable Anthony Gidliaka Kiai MP, the Honorable Vincent Kipkurui Tuwei, the Honorable Beatrice Pauline Cherono Kones MP, the Honorable Francis Chachuganya MP, the Honorable Jude Kangede Jomo MP, the Honorable Peter Mungai Mwadhi MP, the Honorable Marcelino Malimo Albele MP, the Honorable Gladwell Jesire Cheruiyot MP, the Honorable Captain Retired Didimas Wekesa Barasa Mutua MP, the Honorable Andrew Mandime MP, the Honorable Omar Mwenye Shimbwa MP, the Honorable James Onyango Oyo, I think it should be Koyo, MP, must be the member for Muhoroni. The Honorable Danson Mwashako Mwakowona MP, the Honorable Vincent Kemosi Mogaka MP. I put the question, which is that the motion as read out be approved. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Aye. As many as the contrary opinion say no? The ayes have it. Next.
Order number 10, motion. Report on audited financial statements for the Uwezo Fund and the Women Enterprise Fund. Resumption of debate.
Honourable members, I note that several of you have already contributed sufficiently to this motion. I think it's time, in fairness, for the mover to be called upon to reply. So I put the question that the mover be called upon to reply. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Aye. As many as contrary opinion say no? The ayes have it. Mover. It was moved by the Honorable Kivaso, isn't it? Honourable members, remember this motion was moved last week, isn't it? Last week. By the Honourable Member from Mboni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me the opportunity. Yes, the motion was moved on Tuesday. No, last week. That's true. And yesterday, several members did support the motion. We thank you for that support. Several issues were raised, and I think those issues are pertinent. They are of help to the members as they carry out the Uwezo Fund patronage. And it's our hope that the recommendations that are already put in are going to be implemented so that Uwezo Fund can stand fully and we can implement what is supposed to be implemented within that Uwezo Fund. Otherwise, thank you for the support, and I beg to reply.
Yes, honourable members, the mover of the motion, as he has correctly stated, did move. But I did want to encourage members, and particularly chairs of committees, when there's a private member's bill being debated, it is advisable that the chair of the relevant committee be present in the chamber. So it is important, and in fact, I'm going to direct the clerks to ensure that the chairpersons of various committees are reminded every Wednesday morning or Tuesday afternoon that this business is proposed to be debated and it falls under your docket. It is not right that the committee that is supposed to oversee a particular matter is totally absent during debate. Or indeed, a situation in which a person moves a motion for debate, and once it has taken off, the person also takes off. And then comes after 3 days to reply like the Honorable Kevaso has done. I'm saying that because yesterday I was very particular. You must know that I'm always very keen on because I knew it, and I was not on the chair. but I know he's the one who moved this report. Yes, Honorable Kivaso. Unfortunately, yesterday, maybe you were engaged in some other things. You have not even indicated to the House whether anybody was taking notes for you to know what members were saying. But you have said that members said several things. You know, several things which I know. When you go to the record and see close to 30 members have spoken, and then you just say members said several things that you don't know what is it they said, then what are you replying? No, you lost your opportunity, Honorable Kaduri. You can't raise your hand up. You were here yesterday. You also spoke for 5.5 minutes. You are the chair of the committee. Honorable members, I always note this. And I was just asking myself, but that's the chairman. And he spoke for a shorter period than even his member who moved. Now you can see he's raising his hand up to how to do what. Just before I called upon the Honorable Kivaso to reply, the Honorable Kaduri, I saw you winked at the Honorable Kivaso to reply. Yet you are the one who was present yesterday when many of the members said the many things that he has said. He moved, he was seconded, and there was no further debate. Yesterday is when these are the many things he is saying, to which he is replying, were raised by members. So it's just, Honorable members, let's take our work seriously. I don't want to fault the Honorable Kivaso, because he did a good job as an agent of necessity or a member of the committee. And indeed, the Honorable Mwambu Mabonga, who is a member of that committee yesterday, you know, but you see, you as a chairperson, you have an obligation to say, to inform the House who it is that you have appointed or nominated to move a particular debate on your behalf, so that now that person, we will always keep our eye on it. And I'm requesting members of the speakers panel to always keep an eye. When somebody moves a motion, then you hold them to account. I suspect you may have been doing something which happened over the weekend, but that's no reason, that's no excuse for not also doing what is supposed to be done in the House. But Honourable members, this is just one observation, but there are several others, particularly chairs of committees, and I just want to thank even members of various committees who have, on occasion, risen to do that which the leadership of their committees are, for one reason or other, unable to do in the House. And that's as it should be. There should be really that spirit. So now, members, I put the question that this House adopts the report of the Special Funds Accounts Committee on audited financial statements for the Uwezo Fund for the financial year 2016-2017 and the Women Enterprise Fund for the financial year 2017-2018, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, November 5th, 2019. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. As many as of contrary opinion say no? The ayes have it. Please, I want to encourage the Honorable Kaduri to go and get the answer of the things members said, because there are quite a lot of things members said which show why there are problems which you noted as a committee. Please, let's proceed. Let's proceed. Next order.
Order number 11, motion, the report on the budget policy statement 2020.
Chair budget.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Just to draw the attention of the members who have finished their business today, this is a report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee. I think if there is anything else that you do, among other things, this is one of the most serious. So if you have just finished your stay today, I am surprised. Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I don't know whether Honorable Speaker is their stay or their tour of duty in the House this afternoon. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House adopts the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on the Budget Policy Statement 2020 and the Medium-Term Management Strategy for the financial year 2020-2021, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, March 4th, 2020, and A, approves the Budget Policy Statement 2020 and the Medium-Term Debt Management Strategy for the financial year 2020-2021. B, resolves that the Budget Policy Statement so approved forms the basis for the introduction of the Division of Revenue Bill 2020, and C, further makes the policy resolutions contained in the first schedule to the order paper, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, this morning my Vice Chair tabled the report that contains that schedule that I have referred to. And Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the members of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, and in conformity with Section 225, subsection 7 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012, and Standing Order 232-7, it is my privilege to present to the House that report that was tabled this morning on the Budget Policy Statement 2020 and the Medium-Term Debt Strategy for the financial year 2020-2021. Honorable Speaker, the 2020 BPS has been prepared at a time when the economy is facing various challenges, especially with a very weak global economic outlook, which is most likely going to be worsened by ongoing issues around the world, more specifically the coronavirus outbreak in Asia and Europe and parts of Americas, and now getting into Africa, and at least 4 countries in Africa. There has been adverse weather effects, Honorable Speaker, with an invasion of locusts in our country and surrounding countries in the East African region, and rising expenditure pressures amidst revenue shortfalls.
What's your point of honor, Honorable Tiende?
Mr. Speaker, as you have properly observed, this is a very important process and report. But I've looked at the e-Parliament, I'm unable to find it, and I'm also unable to find a hard copy. Can it be in order to have this process without having sight of the report?
I'm informed that it has been uploaded. What about Tiende? Maybe. I'm told the report has been uploaded.
I think, Honorable Speaker, there is a problem with the gadgets. Huh? And also, Honorable Speaker, the order paper, maybe for the benefit of Honorable Atiendo Molo, as much as the entire report might not be on the order paper, but at least at the back of the order paper, you see some of the resolutions and observations of the committee. But the report was tabled, and I'm sure there must be copies. Must be his gadget, because I'm told there are some members who are able to access it. Yours is also working. Anyway, Honorable Speaker, if you allow me, Honorable Speaker, I was just giving the backdrop of the very weak economic outlook, the global economic outlook, which has relations, Honorable Speaker, to our own local economy. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, our economy may have the same challenges that are in the global economy, Honorable Speaker. But more specifically, Honorable Speaker, the outbreak of the coronavirus, Honorable Speaker, will also have an impact on our revenue projections. Honorable Speaker, you know this economy is largely reliant on tourism. Tourism will be hard hit this year by the coronavirus. The locust invasion, Honorable Speaker, also in an economy that largely depends on agriculture, will also be affected, and therefore the perceptions, Honorable Speaker, or rather the contention that our revenues will be hard hit this year. And indeed, Honorable Speaker, I can confirm that even for this current financial year 1920, there have been revisions of our revenue estimates as a result of the weakening economic outlook. Honorable Speaker, I also wish to point out that although the expectations of budget policy statement are very clear, the document as was submitted by the National Treasury has consistently fallen short of its objectives. For instance, the document does not adequately assess tax and revenue mobilization policies, to aid the committee to properly assess the adequacy of projected resources for the financial 2020-21 relative to expenditure demands. Inadequate revenue policy information hinders the assessment of whether or not the projected tax collections are realistic and whether the forecasted borrowing to address the fiscal deficit is realistic or not. Other missing information, Honorable Speaker, include a missing list of pending bills, even though this is a requirement by law, Section 26 of the PFM regulations, as well as missing information on the level of budgetary expenditures by economic and functional classifications. And Honorable Speaker, that makes the work not just of the committee, but even of the departmental committees very difficult to be able to assess the actual position and the realism of our revenue estimates, Honorable Speaker, and also of the expenditure framework. At this juncture, Honorable Speaker, I wish to highlight that according to the PFM regulations 27.5, development expenditure and personnel spending of the national government approved by Parliament are supposed to be binding for the next 2 years. As an illustration, Honorable Speaker, the ceilings provided for development and personnel spending of the national government in the 2020 BPS are not the indicative ceilings approved by the National Assembly during its consideration of the 2019 BPS last year. And that one example, Honorable Speaker, will tell you how unserious the National Treasury may look as they prepare the BPS for this year. And this has been the case, Honorable Speaker, not just this year, but in at least the last 2-3 years, Honorable Speaker, we have observed this. Indeed, Honorable Speaker, the BPS has never adhered, as I've said, to this or any medium-term provisions, for that matter, as required under the medium-term expenditure framework. This presents a challenge to the credibility of the budget process over time. And Honorable Speaker, this credibility of the budget process is not just on this non-adherence to the medium-term expenditure framework, but also on issues, Honorable Speaker, that relate to debt, public debt, on issues that relate to the realism of our revenue estimates, Honorable Speaker. And I think it's high time that as a House we spoke to the National Treasury to be more realistic in what they bring to us, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, sorry, I have to refer to a number of documents, including the report that the Honorable Member for Rarieda was speaking to. And Honorable Speaker, one of the issues that the committee has also noted on the credibility, I'm speaking of the budget process, Honorable Speaker, is that experience has shown that the approving the BPS on an annual basis does not meet the original intention of the medium-term budget framework paper, which requires a multi-year perspective in determination of the resource envelope as well as the expenditure allocations. This calls for holistic reforms in the budget process, including critically analyzing the option of considering and approving the BPS after every 3 years, rather than annually, every year, Honorable Speaker, other than us having to do BPS every year. And Honorable Speaker, there are also constraints in terms of time, as much as we appreciate that there are amendments to the PFM Act that would enable the House to have a little bit more time to consider BPS. But we are now asking ourselves, is it really necessary, since we don't adhere to the to do BPS on an annual basis? And what we agree on, Honorable Speaker, for instance, I have said what you agreed on in the 2019-2020 BPS. If you look at what was projected for 2020, 21, 22, you will not find the same being replicated in this current BPS. And Honorable Speaker, that's why we're asking, is it really necessary? And it's a debate that this House needs to get into, together with other stakeholders, the National Treasury, and MDAs in government, whether it is really necessary to do this on an annual basis, or can we do it as a medium-term framework? You do BPS at least for a 3-year period and stick to what that we have agreed in BPS. Honorable Speaker, the committee is also concerned that the government may not be able to meet its growth projection target for the next financial year due to the challenges in budget implementation. The investment program of government is facing several and monumental problems, namely, one, the need to scale up implementation of critical Big Four agenda programs, the need to resolve the question of pending bills that, Honorable Speaker, as you have seen also in the media, a number of people complaining they had to be paid, both by the national government and the county governments. The need, Honorable Speaker, to raise approximately ₦1 trillion to complete the large stock of stalled projects. There are stalled projects all over the country, Honorable Speaker, which Kenyans are yet to derive any economic value from them because they are all stalled. Public investments were made in these projects, but we are not able to derive any economic benefits. And therefore, it is important, Honorable Speaker, even as we move to the estimates, that the National Treasury prioritizes, and is also important for the chairs of departmental committees to note, not just the question of paying pending bills, but also prioritize the completion of pending or rather stalled projects. Honorable Speaker, including that, those in Parliament, where you chair the Parliament Service Commission, they may not be stalled, but some have taken unduly long, like our office block here. And it comes at a cost, Honorable Speaker, to Parliament and to the country, because we have to hire, or rather the Parliamentary Service Commission has to lease and hire office space from outside at commercial rates that may be more expensive. And it might be more prudent, Honorable Speaker, to complete many of these stalled projects and be able to save a lot of government expenditure that is going into these issues. Honorable Speaker, on the question of public debt, Honorable Speaker, we noticed with concern, Honorable Speaker, and we did raise the issue with CS and the National Treasury officers when they appeared before the committee last week on Friday, Honorable Speaker, that it is not clear from our BPS, or rather one of the issues that is quite clear from our BPS, as much as we are talking about fiscal consolidation, Honorable Speaker, and expenditure both for the national government and the other arms of government seems to be going down. Honorable Speaker, there are challenges that recurrent expenditure, especially recurrent expenditure touching on personnel, pensions, and interest payments under the consolidated fund services is going up. And if you look at the BPS, Honorable Speaker, you notice that figure has gone up by almost 24 billion shillings, largely on account of increased interest payments. And is therefore a concern, Honorable Speaker, to the committee that the question of public debt remains a very important subject for this country to engage in. We did note, Honorable Speaker, that the increased interest payments, wages and salaries and pension payments are increasing the recurrent expenditure for government in the year 2020-21 to a figure of about 574 billion, Honorable Speaker. The effect of this, Honorable Speaker, is that we are shrinking not just money that will be available for development for the national government, but also we are shrinking the shareable revenue that will be shareable between the two levels of government, between the national and the county governments. And Honorable Speaker, you'll notice also that there has been no change in the amount that is being shared, the amount of shareable revenue between the two levels of government from the 316.5 billion that was proposed last year is the same figure that has been maintained this year. The risk, Honorable Speaker, with this continued growth of the CFS, the amount going to the consolidated fund services, is not just on, as I said, on development, but it will continue to shrink the shareable revenue between the two levels of government. And therefore, there is need, Honorable Speaker, for government to take measures to ensure that we not only reduce the fiscal deficit, but also reduce the amount that we pay in terms of interest. And Honorable Speaker, we appreciate that last year with the appointment of the new cabinet secretary, he did promise this House that he would take measures to ensure that we reduce on our commercial debt borrowing, Honorable Speaker. However, Honorable Speaker, if you look at the BPS that was tabled before this House, and those are some of the inconsistencies that we are talking about, Honorable Speaker, the figure that is proposed on page 92 of the BPS that was tabled, Honorable Speaker, you realize that the commercial financing element, Honorable Speaker, last year was about 213.1 billion. Rather, this current financial year, 2019-2020. The BPS that has just been tabled, Honorable Speaker, speaks to a figure of 274.4 billion. And therefore, you must ask yourself, Honorable Speaker, when we are being told that commercial borrowing is going down, the documents that are actually tabled in this House are showing the exact opposite of what we are being told. Commercial borrowing seems to be going up, Honorable Speaker, and therefore it will mean that a lot of interest, because the commercial debt, Honorable Speaker, is more expensive than the concessional loans that we get from bilateral and multilateral donors like World Bank and IMF. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, we have raised these concerns with the National Treasury, And indeed, Honorable Speaker, you will notice from our recommendations, Honorable Speaker, our policy recommendations, the first policy recommendation, Honorable Speaker, that we have said is that before the budget estimates for the 2020-21 are submitted to the House. And Honorable Speaker, we say this because there is no mechanism under the PFM law to be able to resubmit the BPS. And therefore, in the absence of that, we have only recommended, Honorable Speaker, that before the National Treasury submits the annual estimates for the next financial year, the National Treasury must or should resubmit the macroeconomic and fiscal framework with adequate information on debt, clearly indicating the amount of concessional, semi-concessional, and commercial loans, as well as clearly outlining the country's borrowing strategy. This information should be accompanied by a list of specific projects that will benefit from these funds and realign what they submit to the medium-term debt strategy paper. Honorable Speaker, the leader of minority has been very articulate in articulating this issue, at least for the last 2 years that I have sat with him in the Budget and Appropriations Committee. He's been very specific to the National Treasury that there is need to have a reconcilable list of projects that are being financed from borrowed money. Because, Honorable Speaker, we must be honest with ourselves. If we are not able to show what we are financing from borrowed money, there is a possibility, Honorable Speaker, that we could also be financing part of our recurrent expenditure, paying salaries and wages and other allowances, Honorable Speaker, through money that we are borrowing. And if we continue to do that, Honorable Speaker, as a country, we may not get very far. And therefore, there is need, because we are the House that should be oversighting the National Treasury on matters to do with budget. We are actually the House that is supposed to be doing this budget, Honorable Speaker. We should insist that we see what is being funded by the monies that we are borrowing. Honorable Speaker, part of the other policy recommendations, I don't want to go through all of them, is that by 30th April 2020, when the budget is submitted, the budget estimates are submitted to the House, there be developed a criteria for identifying and isolating core priority programs under the Big Four in the 2020-21 budget in order to protect this from ad hoc expenditure cuts, in addition to an accountability matrix that should be provided, clearly identifying the total resource requirements as well as a monitoring and evaluation framework. Honorable Speaker, this is the third year that we are speaking about this in this House. Our two previous reports, Honorable Speaker, of the Budget and Appropriations Committee has spoken to this issue, that we did request from the first year when we started speaking about the Big Four agenda, that the National Treasury ought to have prepared an implementation matrix of the Big Four agenda, identifying specific projects that will be called Big Four projects under the 4 pillars, from UHC to housing, Honorable Speaker. And there is concern that up to today, Honorable Speaker, that has not been able to be provided to the House, and therefore becomes very difficult for even the departmental committees to be able to sit, for instance, that in infrastructure and housing under Honorable Kosing. They are not able to track what are the identifiable projects that are supposed to be Big Four projects, and be able to track how much money is allocated to a particular project in a particular year, how much is supposed to be allocated in the next 2 or 3 years, and how that money is being utilized, Honorable Speaker.
Just to interrupt you briefly, I thought at the meeting of liaison today, it was agreed that the chairs of departmental committees be present. This is a budget policy statement. I see very few, or they have also finished their engagement with the House for today or for the year. Because, I mean, this is very embarrassing. I think it is very embarrassing, and I'm calling upon the membership of these committees, please rise to the occasion. I mean, how is it that the chair of Budget and Appropriations Committee is able to identify some of these issues? When I look around, I can't see the respective chairs of those committees. I mean, surely. Honourable members, please, you will not be taken seriously if you cannot be even pay attention to business as serious as BPS. Yeah, honestly, I can see the Honourable Kisang is here, the Honourable Mele, the Honourable Kato. I saw the Honourable Victor Munyaka limping into some corner. He's the chair of Committee on Gaming.
do I have?
Now, surely.
How many minutes do I have?
Can we see how many chairs, departmental chairs or departmental committees are present? Even all our vice chair. Education, both the chair and the vice chair are present. Defense and Foreign Relations, the Honorable Kato is here. The Honorable Meli is there with the Honorable Kimunya. The Honorable Kisang for ICT. Jaldeza, you are chair, you are vice to something. Honorable Beatrice Nkatha, you are also a vice chair to something. Huluvo, are you a vice chair, Honorable Sankok? You are just, surely, honorable members. The Honorable Mboko Milemba says he's only brief for labor. Somebody, oh, surely. I think this is the kind of thing that members should be shamed. Yeah? Should be named and shamed. If you chair a departmental committee and you can't be here, yeah, the chair of Justice and Legal Affairs Committee has he'd been here, he's going to pick the report. But anyway, it's just something that concerns me that we can have something as important, as serious as this, and the departmental committee chairs are not here. We would expect that they should be the ones to even supplement what the chair of budget is saying. Proceed. Lekenta is the chair of implementation committee. Proceed, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I was on the Big Four. And Honorable Speaker, as I was mentioning, the committee notes with concern that key projects under the Big Four agenda appear to be implemented, therefore, in a very slow pace. And if we had that implementation matrix, Honorable Speaker, the chairs and departmental committees would be able to track how well those projects are being implemented. And this slow implementation, therefore, may not allow government to be able to complete the projects within the time frame provided.
The Honorable Ichung'wa, lest you may think that I am being oblivious of some other fact. You are the people who elected commissioners of the Parliamentary Service Commission. I expect them to be also here. You know them. Proceed.
Honorable Speaker, maybe the commissioners are represented by their chair. But the chair happens to be presiding, therefore we would also have expected that the commissioners would be here in person, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
Point of order, Honorable Duale.
This is a House of Records. When the Speaker is on the chair, he is not the chair of Parliamentary Service Commission. He is the Speaker of the National Assembly in compliance with the Constitution and third in command. So if the commissioners are not here, then the Speaker is not here. He is here as a Speaker.
As a Speaker.
So the chair of budget needs to retract that from the Hansard.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I had noted that you are here in your capacity as the Speaker, not as Chair of the Parliamentary Service Commission, and noted that the Commission is therefore not adequately represented in this discussion. Honorable Speaker, I was saying this slow pace, Honorable Speaker, therefore means that we will not be able to implement and keep track of the Big Four projects. For instance, Honorable Speaker, under the manufacturing pillar, the common effluent treatment plant at Kenani Leather Park is only 30% complete, although the BPS reports an expected 80% completion by the end of this financial year, by the end of June this year, and 100% completion by the year 2020-21. Similarly, the Dongokundu Special Economic Zone and the Naivasha Industrial Park reported 3% and 4% completion respectively in 2018-2019, and have an extraordinary target of 40% and 30% respectively completion targets in the year 1920, that is by June this year. Similarly, Honorable Speaker, in agriculture, a number of irrigation projects appear to be off track as they are still quite far from achieving the targeted acreage for irrigation purposes as well as the targeted amount of produce. Honorable Speaker, as I had mentioned under the housing pillar, only 228 units of the indicated 500,000 affordable houses have been constructed, and with only one notable investor. It is not clear if the project is adequately funded. Similarly, there is a lack of clarity in the financing mode of the universal health coverage pillar, as well as the role of the NHIF in the provision of universal health care.
Conspicuously absent are those very important ones. You talked about agriculture, I don't see the chair of agriculture. You talked
industry,
about,
manufacturing,
health, you see, housing, manufacturing, and I don't know. Proceed. You know.
And Honorable Speaker, on health, you note, Honorable Speaker, from current engagements out there, Honorable Speaker, NHIF seems to be having issues that need to be adequately canvassed by the Departmental Committee on Health and agree on what role the National Hospital Insurance Fund will play under the Universal Healthcare pillar. Honorable Speaker, you further note that though it is indicated in the BPS that the government will forge a multi-sectoral collaboration with the counties on the universal healthcare, such a framework on how this collaboration will work is yet to be agreed upon and implemented, and how it will be implemented is still very unclear, Honorable Speaker. And you know, health being a devolved function, it is important that that is agreed between the two levels of government. Honorable Speaker, let me not overemphasize on the question of Big Four. I've spoken about the expenditure framework. Let me touch, Honorable Speaker, on the issue of the decreased expenditure estimates, Honorable Speaker. As I mentioned, for the national government, Honorable Speaker, if you look at the BPS for 2021, the overall expenditure by the national government is expected to decline to 1.78 trillion from a figure of 2 trillion shillings in this current financial year of 1920. However, despite these overall reductions, as I had observed, the recurrent expenditure is increasing by almost over 20 billion shillings, almost 21 to 24 billion shillings, as I said, on account of an increase in interest payments, wages and salaries, as well as pension payments. On the other hand, Honorable Speaker, development expenditure has been contracted by Kenya shillings 143.5 billion, or 5% of GDP. And indeed, Honorable Speaker, the committee has noted with concern that even as we move towards fiscal consolidation, Honorable Speaker, we seem to be cutting or reducing expenditure on development expenditure, and this will have a very huge impact even on the revenues that we expect to collect in the next financial year and even in the ongoing financial year. And amidst the challenges, Honorable Speaker, I had mentioned at the beginning with patterns, the invasion by locusts, the coronavirus, this is further going to compound the expected revenue projections for the next financial year. And as I had mentioned, Honorable Speaker, even for the current financial year, our revenues seem to be dipping. On this revenue projection, Honorable Speaker, the 2020 BPS has revised the ordinary revenue target for the financial year 2019-2020 downwards by about 33.4 billion. The reductions are mostly under income tax, import duty, VAT. However, excise duty and other revenues, including investment revenues, are projected to increase by 19.4 billion and 79.2 billion shillings. And Honorable Speaker, as I indicated, with the current challenges, especially with coronavirus, you can expect that even our import duties, our VAT is likely to go down, as well as our income tax. Going forward, Honorable Speaker, the projected revenue collection for the financial year 2020-21, including A&A, will amount to Kenya shillings 2,134.1 billion, as compared to Kenya shillings 2,000,000 84.2 billion in the current financial year 1920. Ordinary revenue in the next financial year is projected at Kenya shillings 1.8 trillion, 1.856 trillion, or 1,856.7 billion. There is a huge mismatch between the nominal GDP growth, Honorable Speaker, and the ordinary revenue projections in the BPS 2020-21. While nominal GDP is expected to grow by 12.1%, ordinary revenue instead grows at a lethargic 0.7 to 0.8%. The committee is concerned that the economy in nominal terms is growing nearly 5 times faster than the growth in revenues. And Honorable Speaker, this is a question that we have asked the National Treasury. They also seem not to be certain of what the problem is. That our economy in terms of the nominal GDP seems to be growing, but the revenues are not growing at the same rate as the GDP growth. And therefore, it's a question that probably the Departmental Committee on Finance needs to engage with the Kenya Revenue Authority and get to understand how is it that the economy seems to be growing in nominal terms, but our revenues are not growing at the same rate, at a time that we have huge expenditure pressures, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker is the leader of majority who is interrupting me, telling me I'm cheating myself, but I'm not cheating myself. It is a country, Honorable Speaker, that could be cheating itself that we are growing, when in reality we may not be growing. The committee, Honorable Speaker, is concerned by this apparent non-growth of revenues, and further the revenue growth is based on increased collection from income tax as well as VAT, despite projections under these tax heads having been revised downwards in the BPS. Honorable Speaker, those are the contradictions we are speaking about. That we are revising our revenues upwards, basing them on income tax, on VAT projections, but in reality, Honorable Speaker, in the BPS, they have revised the targets for this particular tax revenue lines downwards. And therefore, you must ask yourself, where is this revenue going to come from, Honorable Speaker? And as I mentioned, with all the challenges that are there. Let me also not re-emphasize, Honorable Speaker, on the question of our revenues, so that we allow many more members to contribute. And I want to go, Honorable Speaker, right to the other policy recommendations that we had. And I had mentioned 2. The other policy recommendation, Honorable Speaker, that we have touched on, you appreciate, Honorable Speaker, last year in the, I think, 1819 or 1920, we saw the Chief Justice lament in the media on issues to do with budget cuts. And Honorable Speaker, let me take this opportunity to assure the country that as a House and as Parliament, we are intent on protecting the judiciary to ensure that the judiciary continues to be an independent arm of government, Honorable Speaker, just like the National Assembly and Parliament should and ought to be an independent arm of government, Honorable Speaker. And independence, Honorable Speaker, does not just come by being stated in the Constitution and saying we are independent. It must come with financial autonomy, Honorable Speaker. And it is good, Honorable Speaker, that the Chair Jailak is here, and I'm sure together with the Chair of and members of the Honorable Sholei's committee, delegated legislation, they have worked on regulations on the operationalization of the Judiciary Fund, Honorable Speaker. But we must ensure that indeed the Judiciary and Parliament remain independent. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, in relation to fines and forfeitures and user fees collected by the Judiciary, we have recommended that user fees, that are the fines and forfeitures that are collected by the Judiciary in our courts for services rendered, be retained and applied at source to enable operationalization of the Judiciary Fund in line with Article 173 of the Constitution and similar to other government institutions that generate and retain A&A revenues. Honorable Speaker, you remember last year when the economy was under a lot of pressure in terms of revenues, government was able to mop up almost 78 billion shillings from parastatals that are able to collect A&A and keep A case in point, Honorable Speaker, is a communications authority that had almost 5 billion shillings that they were able to release to the exchequer. And therefore, we are saying the same be allowed as the cases for the communications authority and other parastatals like Kenya Airports Authority. The judiciary is also allowed to keep what they collect, and that will also ease the pressures on the judiciary for financial autonomy. For Honorable Speaker, that to enforce commitment control, MDA should submit a quarterly projection of details of commitments by sub-program, projects and projects to the National Treasury. Treasury should ensure that its cash releases are aligned to those specific commitments. Honorable Speaker, if you engage with the departmental committee chairs and MDAs, they will tell you one of the major challenges has been release of exchequer, and that is why we are recommending that every quarter, a quarterly projection of commitments is sent to the National Treasury, and the National Treasury ensures that what has been sent to them, they have released exchequer to the MDAs to be able to implement projects, Honorable Speaker. 5, Honorable Speaker, that pending bills that have been established as legally payable and are above Kenya shillings 500 million be settled through a long-term debt instrument, including establishment, where necessary, of debt swaps for intergovernmental bills. Because you realize, Honorable Speaker, there are government agencies that owe each other, and some are not able to implement their projects because they are owed by another government department, and we would encourage them to do debt swaps. But also, Honorable Speaker, to ensure that we have a long-term instrument that would help government to settle the large pending bills that are unpayable. I know that His Excellency the President did give directions last year for settlement of pending bills. But Honorable Speaker, the pending bills that have been paid largely are the very small pending bills, those below 100 million and around 100 million shillings, and those to the youth and women enterprises, Honorable Speaker. Those very large pending bills, Honorable Speaker, are still unpaid. Case in point are the court judgments that we are told are running into hundreds of billions of shillings in terms of court judgments that are yet to be settled. 6, Honorable Speaker, that in order to enhance transparency and accountability, beginning 1st July 2020, the net exchequer issues be published in the website of the National Treasury, and at the end of the month, and this be by vote, program, and project. Honorable Speaker, is just to ensure that not just for us as Parliament, Honorable Speaker, but even members of the public are able to see how much has been released to what ministry for what program, so that if you have a road in your constituency, Honorable Speaker, or a hospital in your village that ought to be constructed, you'll be able to see from the website that money for this particular project has been released. And that, Honorable Speaker, will also not just enhance transparency on the side of government, but also enhance social audits by members of the public and other institutions, including our very good civil society organizations. 7, that adequate funds be provided for full operationalization of institutions of public finance, in particular, recent institutions created through various pieces of legislation, Honorable Speaker. You realize we have passed a lot of legislation that has created a number of institutions that are yet to be operationalized. 8, Honorable Speaker, that on the expenditure reduction efforts, the policy of cutting the budget by a certain percentage across the board is not a very effective way of expenditure control. Rather, there should be critical reforms in expenditure that will isolate wasteful expenditure and ensure only key expenditure needs are funded. Honorable Speaker, you realize when supplementary or the in-year budget cuts come, and we are likely to get one in the next few weeks, Honorable Speaker, the second supplementary budget, something again we have expressed concern that we should desist from in-year budget reviews, Honorable Speaker, because it also points to a question of credibility of the budget process when we have to revise the budget every year, at least almost on a quarterly basis. You remember last year we did the first revision of the 1920 budget almost 2 months after we passed the same budget, Honorable Speaker. And therefore creates not just credibility questions, but makes it very difficult, Honorable Speaker, to have effective control of what is being cut. And Honorable Speaker, that's why I recommend not only to desist from expenditure cuts on development, but also to be able to identify those wasteful areas. And that the departmental committees, again, will play a critical role, not just the wasteful areas, but even in areas where there's corruption, And Honorable Speaker, again, as you mentioned, in our liaison committee meeting this morning, we did allude to that, that fact that our departmental committees need to make use of PAC and PIC reports, that if you find MDAs that have become wasteful or where money is being misappropriated, Honorable Speaker, you penalize them at the time when you're appropriating resources to them. Now, Honorable Speaker, that by 30th April 2020, when the budget is submitted, it should clearly indicate projects that will be funded through the sports fund, and the funds be directly applied to this project. Honorable Speaker, we noted with concern, and it's unfortunate that the chair sports is not here, that it is not clear, the vice chair is here, the chair has come in, Honorable Speaker, that it is still not clear what projects are being funded through the sports fund, and that's why we say that they indicate specific projects that will be funded through the sports fund. 10, Honorable Speaker, that the process of filing a vacant constitutional, statutory, or any critical senior leadership position in the public, financial, and budgetary sectors, including the Office of the Auditor General, should be expedited before the incumbent leaves office to ensure continuity and performance of critical roles provided in the Constitution and the statutes. Honorable Speaker, you realize that the country is yet to appoint a substantive Auditor General after the term of Edward Ouko ended in August of last year. We are heading to almost a year because we are in the month of March, so it's almost 7 months since the exit of the Auditor General. PAC, Honorable Speaker, committees of this House that are the major consumers of the Auditor General's reports may not be able to carry on with their work, and I'm sure I had an engagement with the chair, PIC. There are special audits they have requested. A number of ministries and MDAs whose audits have been done, but there is nobody, because constitutionally it's only the Auditor General who can sign off audit reports, and therefore we are also not able to consume and make use of the audit reports that have already been done. And therefore we are recommending, Honorable Speaker, that for this kind of offices, Honorable Speaker, that the process of replacement of such officers, maybe if we had recruited an Auditor General from the month of even May, by the time in August Edward Ouko left office, there should have been a substantive holder of that office. Honorable Speaker, the last policy recommendation is that to support ongoing reduction in the fiscal deficit, the borrowing strategy should entail a reliable net domestic borrowing target for 2020-21 and the medium term, and a commercial debt borrowing target consistent with the debt ceiling, and to ensure that external debt service costs do not breach internationally accepted debt service to exports ratio threshold in the medium term. Honorable Speaker, you remember last year when we were reviewing the debt ceiling, there was indeed a commitment by the Cabinet Secretary and National Treasury that they would adhere to the medium-term debt strategy, and not only adhere to that, Honorable Speaker, that they would make effort to move away from domestic borrowing and commercial borrowing, Honorable Speaker, to more of concessional loans. That, as I indicated, is yet to be seen clearly from what they have presented in the medium-term debt management strategy and the BPS for the next financial year, Honorable Speaker. And we therefore insist that the National Treasury, as we have said before they submit their estimates this year, they must give a clear framework of what they intend to borrow from where, what is concessional, what is commercial, and even what is to be borrowed from the domestic market, Honorable Speaker. You will appreciate that members have expressed concern that even after review of the capping law, we are yet to clearly reap the benefits that were envisaged by the repeal of the capping law in terms of being able to provide more credit to the private sector. And it is credit to the private sector, Honorable Speaker, that will spur economic growth and create jobs for millions and millions, hundreds of our youth who remain unemployed. And we can only do that, Honorable Speaker, if we are able to allow government to move away from the domestic market and allow the private sector to borrow more, invest, and create opportunities. Honorable Speaker, on the financial recommendations, the committee requests that this House adopts this report and further resolves as follows. 1, that the ceiling of each arm of government for the financial year 2020 be capped as stipulated in the report, Honorable Speaker. For Parliament, for Judiciary, Honorable Speaker, with your permission, once you propose a question, I'll be moving an amendment for these 2 votes. And for the Executive, Honorable Speaker, 1.778.13 billion. For the Judiciary, as I said, Honorable Speaker, I'll be proposing an amendment to the figure of 19.05 billion, and for Parliament, figure of 39.14 billion, Honorable Speaker, which I've also indicated, together with the next item of 3 billion shillings to be allocated for strategic responses to public initiatives. Honorable Speaker, this is what relates to the public participation initiatives that we carry out as a Budget and Appropriations Committee. You realize we have already done 24 counties out of the 47 counties. We had planned to complete. Honorable Speaker, you appreciate that our term in office as a Budget Committee comes to an end at the end of this year, and therefore we had a framework where we had planned to complete all the counties in this current financial year and the next financial year, Honorable Speaker, and we have proposed 3 billion shillings. I'll also be moving an amendment for that because of the fiscal constraints that I mentioned, Honorable Speaker. Everybody has taken a cut, Honorable Speaker. The executive, Honorable Speaker, as I mentioned, from about 2 trillion shillings in terms of expenditure in this current financial year, the executive is taking 1.778. That speaks to almost 228 billion shillings cut in expenditure, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, for everybody, Honorable Speaker, including Parliament, the Judiciary, and others, Honorable Speaker, even those public participation initiatives, we are pleading that we all take a cut to allow our country to be able to progress, Honorable Speaker. 3, Honorable Speaker, that the financing gap that will arise from these changes be funded through reprioritization and realignment within the executive's approved ceiling, Honorable Speaker, that we don't go to tax Kenyans more, but we reprioritize, Honorable Speaker, to be able to fund any increases that will be occasioned by these changes. 4, that in effecting the proposed ceilings for each arm of government, the National Treasury should take into consideration the summary of recommendations of the departmental committees on specific ministries, departments, and agencies as attached to this report in Schedule 2 and 3. And Honorable Speaker, the compendium of these recommendations was attached to the report, and members are free to be able to see that from the table office. And it has very many and useful recommendations that we're encouraging the National Treasury as they move towards estimates to look at and make sure that together with MDAs, they're able to implement. 5, Honorable Speaker, that the county governments be allocated Kenya shillings 369.868 billion for the financial year 2020-21, distributed as follows. The equitable share to county governments, Kenya shillings 316.5 billion. As I indicated, Honorable Speaker, this is the same figure that we had in the financial year 1920. B, conditional allocations from the national government's equitable share of revenue as follows. Leasing of medical equipment, 6.205 billion. Compensation for user fees for GO, 900 million. Level 5 hospitals, 4.326 billion. Supplement for construction of county headquarters for the 5 counties that are being helped, 300 million. Rehabilitation of village polytechnics, 2 billion. Again, as last year, allocation of fuel levy fund, 15% of the collections at 9.433 billion, Honorable Speaker. And it's important, Honorable Speaker, for all members to note that figure, because this is way more than what members are getting in their constituencies through KERA. That the county governments will get 9.433 billion towards rehabilitation of roads, our rural roads. And therefore, it is also important that even for the rest of the country to appreciate that many of our rural roads are now devolved roads by the counties, and besides the money, the shareable revenue that is going to the counties, part of which you also go to rehabilitation of roads, they also have from the fuel levy 9.4 billion shillings that should be able to maintain roads. And there is therefore no reason why our county government should not be able to rehabilitate many of the roads that have been messed up by the ongoing rains, and the rains that started sometime late last year. Further, an allocation for loans and grants of 30.204 billion. C, Honorable Speaker, is that before finalization of the Division of Revenue Bill, the transfer of functions of the Nairobi County Government to the national government should be reflected in the allocations provided. Honorable Speaker, we did engage the Cabinet Secretary on this question on Nairobi County. We appreciate the measures that His Excellency the President and the national government have taken in taking over a number of functions of the county government of Nairobi. However, it is not yet clear how monies will move from the Division of Revenue bill, what will be appropriated to Nairobi County, back to the national government. And therefore, we did express that concern to the National Treasury, and they did commit that they are working on a framework on how that would work. But it is important that before finalization of DORB, that those, those functions transferred are reflected in the allocations that will be provided to Nairobi County. Sixth, Honorable Speaker, which is the second last, is that the allocation to the equalization fund of Kenya shilling 6.53 billion be approved as provided in BPS. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, is that once approved by this House, these recommendations together with Schedule 1 attached shall form the basis for the 2020-21 budget. Honorable Speaker, with those very many remarks, I beg to move. And as I said, Honorable Speaker, with your permission, I will be seeking to move the amendment towards the 3 votes that I did mention, Honorable Speaker, once you propose the question. And I want to take this opportunity to request the Leader of Minority, who is also a very active member, Honorable Speaker, of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, to, yes, a ranking member of the, actually the only member who has been in the Budget and Appropriations Committee from the 10th, 11th to the 12th Parliament, but unfortunately may not be in the 13th Parliament, and we hope he will be managing another government somewhere else in Homa Bay, and ask him to second.
Honorable John Bundy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second. But Mr. Speaker, the Chairman, Budget and Appropriations Committee, had 60 minutes to move this motion. I have 15, which is not a very short time.
He left a balance of only 8 minutes.
Yes. Actually, I think he has done a lot of justice to this report. I'm just going to pick on certain highlights to emphasize on.
Honorable John Bundy, as long as I'm on the chair, don't worry.
Thank you.
I know you intend to do justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I would only want to request members who are consulting, please consult in lower tones. We want to listen to what the Honorable John Bundy is saying.
Mr. Speaker, the budget policy statement, we are all aware, is a very important document. It's that document which is expected to set out the broad strategic priorities and policy goals that will guide or give direction to our annual budget, and also give an indication of medium-term projection in terms of both revenue and expenditure, and the thinking of the government on where the government wants to take this country or the economy of the country. Indeed, this document, Mr. Speaker, is a vehicle that enables the national government to translate the national agenda or election manifesto into medium-term goals and identify the strategic areas or strategies to employ to implement the policies that have been identified. Mr. Speaker, you will all recall that in 2008, Kenyans were very happy when we came up with Vision 2030, and this was launched with pomp and fanfare. And Mr. Speaker, that was the Grand Coalition government. Kenyans hoped for a better Kenya where everyone who is qualified was to find a meaningful employment. And Mr. Speaker, I want to emphasize meaningful employment. There have been statistics being flown right, left, and center of Kenya creating about 800,000 jobs per year. But when you look at it in reality, Kenyans have not been we have not been creating meaningful employment in this country. We had high hopes because the growth rate was promised at double-digit rates. We were going to have a country where we were going to be able to access basic social services. That dream of Kenya, if you ask anybody in the street today, that dream has completely died. But Mr. Speaker, we need, therefore, to revive that dream again. And therefore, as a parliament, it is within our duty, we have a mandate and responsibility to the people of Kenya to translate what looks like a pessimistic environment to an optimistic one. Mr. Speaker, this is the best opportunity. It's the best opportunity because, Mr. Speaker, the line, the divide in this House has reduced significantly. There were times, Mr. Speaker, when I stood to speak, everyone would see opposition. Everyone would see NASA. Even if I'm speaking a point that makes sense, no one would regard it as a serious contribution. It was a time when Duale spoke or Ichungwa spoke, I would look at the faults in what they say. But that is not the case at the moment. This is the perfect opportunity that we need to come together as a country, interrogate government policies, and look at the budget with a view to aligning them to the best interests of this country. Mr. Speaker, we are remaining with only 10 years to 2030, to the end of the Vision 2030 period. But Kenyans are very worried that this vision will not be attained. It will be another dream like any other that have not been achieved. By now, we were expecting to grow, as I said earlier, at least 10% annually. But for the past 5 years, or the last 5 years, Mr. Speaker, we have been growing at an average of 5%, or even less than that. And Mr. Speaker, a review of the budget policy statement, therefore, if you look at the budget policy statement, Mr. Speaker, there is no serious assessment of why we have not been hitting the target, the 10% that we had planned to attain when we started the Vision 2030. There are other targets that were very critical and very important, which we have not been able to hit. But Mr. Speaker, I don't want to go into that detail, such details. Mr. Speaker, the situation in this country as it is today, and I want to say this candidly and without any fear or favor. Mr. Speaker, our economy can be referred to as Hakuna Pesa economy. It can be referred to as Hakuna Pesa economy because in realistic terms, we are facing financial challenges as a country. This kind of economy has been created by 3 factors. And those are the factors that I want to go to. The fact that the government is procuring goods and services and not paying for them is one of the contributing factors for the problems that we are facing in this country of lack of finance, lack of cash in the economy. This is the case that we call pending bills. And Mr. Speaker, I want to appreciate the fact that the government has been moving towards trying to ensure that the pending bills are settled. That is commendable. Both national and county governments are not paying suppliers, they are not paying contractors. If you don't pay suppliers and you don't pay contractors, you are killing the economy. Most of these contractors and suppliers borrow money from banks at interest rates. When you don't pay them, first of all, you are affecting their businesses and you are causing total paralysis, economic paralysis in the country. And this is something that the government should have looked at and addressed earlier. But even as they try to address it, they are creating more difficult situations for the economy again. How? This directive by the National Treasury that MDA settled the budget with current provisions. Current provisions. You already have a budget. You have decided, you have planned that you are going to procure goods and services and do projects for the particular year, and you are then told that apply that money to settle previous debts. The effect of this is that you are going to create other pending. You have not provided specific allocation for clearing these pending bills. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, the government must come out clearly. If they want to sort out this problem of pending bills, they must come out clearly and make pending bills the first charge during the budget process. You cannot come in the course of the year when already the MDAs, the ministries, everybody else have already budgeted, then you are telling them that part of the money that you had budgeted to pay, to do 1, 2, 3, now has to be applied in paying pending bills. It is causing total confusion and total mess in the economy in total, or in general. Mr. Speaker, we will, I want to put it that we are going to be in a vicious circle of pending bills as we rob Peter to pay Paul. That is what currently we are doing. And the Treasury lacks strategy to address this issue. So we need a serious strategy on how to contain commitments so as to deal with the issues of pending bills. Mr. Speaker, I want to go to the second reason, or the second contributor to a Hakuna Pesa economy, Mr. Speaker. And that is the issue of rising debt. I want to appreciate that the chair of the Budget and Appropriations Committee has ably talked about this matter so clearly that if anyone was attentive would understand what the Budget and Appropriations Committee is saying. But Mr. Speaker, for the first time, I want to appeal to this House and appeal to my committee. I have been on this topic for almost, the chair said 2 years, I think for over 6 years, Mr. Speaker. The truth of the matter is that this country, we are borrowing money to meet recurrent expenditure. That is the fact. If you look at the figures, if you look at the amount we are projecting, leave alone even the amount we are actually collecting, the projected revenue vis-a-vis expenditure, you take away money that we pay back the consolidated fund services, the money that we pay, we transfer to counties, the monies that we pay salaries in this country, and meet other recurrent expenditure, it is not enough to settle all that and remain with money to meet development expenditure. And therefore, this is a country that is borrowing money to consume. It doesn't happen anywhere in the world. You cannot borrow money just to consume. You borrow money to strictly apply in development. And Mr. Speaker, when the new cabinet secretary came before us seeking to increase the debt ceiling, one of the conditions, what we agreed on, was that he was going to work on a strategy of reducing our commercial debt, what we would call the debt restructuring, the balance sheet restructuring. He was going to reduce the commercial debts and emphasize more or increase the concessionary loans. When the budget policy statement was brought before us, Mr. Speaker, yes, one thing that we must appreciate the cabinet secretary for is he has reduced domestic borrowing. Projected domestic borrowing is reducing with well over 70 billion. That is positive for the economy because now we are not going to crowd out the private sector. However, commercial debt is increasing, as the chair said, from 213 billion to 274 billion. And we asked the cabinet secretary that your budget policy statement is not in tandem with what the promise you gave Parliament and the people of Kenya. He told us that part of the 274 honorable members is actually not commercial loans, despite the fact that they have categorized that as commercial loan. That part of that money is actually going to be borrowed from World Bank, from IMF, and therefore it is semi. Now they introduced a terminology which I rarely meet in budgets of government, that part of it is semi-concessionary and semi-commercial. Now, loan can be concessionary or commercial. I don't see where this semi-concessionary and semi-commercial, but we gave him the benefit of doubt. And we told him, go and bring to us facts and figures, categorize the 274, and tell us out of that amount, how much is pure commercial loans and at what interest and for what projects, because we are not going to approve again another budget where we are borrowing money to finance projects that are not spelled out. Because that is a problem we have had. The people of Kenya are condemning this House for just approving anything that comes from the executive. And we are not going to repeat it, Mr. Speaker. That we were promised that report yesterday. Up to today, Mr. Speaker, I'm sad to report that we have not been given that report. Mr. Speaker, do you think, and I want to ask this question to the honorable members, do you think the technocrats at the Treasury can, by mistake or mistakenly, categorize what is not a commercial loan as commercial loan? The answer is no. The way I know economies, the way they work. And therefore, someone is taking us for a ride. And this time, honorable members, let us not allow the Treasury to take us for a ride. If they will not tell us why they are increasing commercial loans, why they are borrowing more, and they promise us that they will borrow less, let us reject
that proposal by government to borrow more commercial loans, because it is hurting this country. We cannot be in a hole and continue to dig, Mr. Speaker. We are already in a hole. We have to correct this mess. We cannot continue digging this hole, Mr. Speaker. That is my plea. So, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of public debt, as I said, I think the Honorable Chairman dealt with it properly. And I noted, Mr. Speaker, that about 2 to 5% of our current expenditure is financed from borrowing. That is for the Budget Committee to look at. We have asked them to look at that. Mr. Speaker, as I continue, the third issue contributing to the Hakuna Pesa economy is that there are no jobs for our youth. Mr. Speaker, it is true that economy is growing, according to the statistics from Kenya Bureau of Statistics and from the government. But the growth cannot be clearly defined where it is. How come revenue is not growing at the same pace with the GDP? The reason could be, one, maybe it is the agricultural sector that is growing in this country, and the manufacturing sector, which is very crucial to the economy. Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether you'll add me about 3 minutes. The agricultural sector, the manufacturing sector, which is more crucial to the growth of economy, is not expanding as expected. We need to address that. But more importantly, then it means Kenyans are not paying taxes. But on the side of employment to the youth, let us look for ways of making sure that we promote the manufacturing sector to employ our youth. Let us attract direct foreign investment to this country. Mr. Speaker, there is no country in the world. You have read a lot of history about the...
Another 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that generosity, and I'll be very... I'll also pay back in kind. Mr. Speaker, by surrendering 1 minute or so, let me quickly proceed so that I can fulfill my promise. Mr. Speaker, what I meant to say is that when we look at these Asian economies which have grown, you will realize that most of these economies are not growing from agricultural sector. Let us not over-rely on agricultural sector. Let us think outside the box and find better ways of growing the economy. Mr. Speaker, look at the case of detergents. Detergents, for example, I gave one example here. Detergents, we used to produce enough detergents in this country. How come now, as a country, we are importing detergents from South Africa? It means some people have been sleeping on the job. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to talk about food security. If we are talking of a Big Four agenda and saying food security is a major one of the Big Four agenda, and you look at the BPS, you are not seeing the nexus between that and the budgetary allocation. Then how do we achieve it? And we need to realize and appreciate that food or agriculture is a devolved function. So how do we get the counties to link up with the national government in terms of policy and in terms of actualization and budget implementation so that we realize the intended goal of food security and sustainability. Mr. Speaker, my final comment is that sustainability of policy proposals is an integral part of development. It is now becoming clear that we develop policies and we do not care to monitor their implementation. As a House, we need to take the issue of monitoring implementation very seriously. The chairs of the budget, the chairs of committees, Mr. Speaker, I want to agree with you, become more active during budget estimates. Give us this money, give us this money. Now you ask them, where do we get money to give? We are members of parliament like you. Instead of coming during budget policy statement, they run away. Instead of engaging the treasury during that time, they run away. Then during budget estimates, when the figures have come out, no, we need irrigation here, we need money here. So we came to beg the committee to, if you could give us 2 more billion. That is the kind of language they use. Now I look at them. Where does the Chungwa, Mbadi, and the rest of members of the budget committee get 2 billion to give you? So let us take our work seriously. And finally, on that point, kindly, the committees, could you kindly monitor implementation of projects so that we don't just budget and these budgets are not implemented? Why should we put money
on budget lines which are never actualized. Mr. Speaker, with those many remarks, and thank you for your generosity, I second.
Very well. I propose a question. This House adopts a report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on the Budget Policy Statement 2020 and the medium debt management strategy for the financial year 2020-2021, laid to the table of the House on Wednesday, March 4th, 2020, and 1, approves the Budget Policy Statement 2020 and the medium debt management strategy for the financial year 2020-2021. B, resolves that the budget policy statement so approved forms the basis for the introduction of the Division of Revenue Bill 2020. And C, further makes the policy resolutions contained in the first schedule to the order paper. That's it. Leader majority, yes?
Mr. Speaker, I beg to support the budget policy statement 2020 and the medium-term debt management strategy. Mr. Speaker, as I go through this, because this document finds itself in the National Assembly in compliance with the PFM Act, Section 25, that requires the National Treasury to submit the budget policy statement approved by Cabinet to Parliament. And I think that's where the problem is. By the 15th February each year, Section 191 of the same PFM Act, that the budget policy statement must be accompanied by the Division of Revenue Bill and the County Revenue County Allocation Revenue Bill for that financial year. And Section 33 of the PFM Act that provides the submission of the medium-term debt management strategy. Mr. Speaker, the same document has been subjected to the Senate. And I really want Kirui to allow me to speak to the Speaker. The same document, Mr. Speaker, have been submitted to the Senate. And I was asking the Chair of Budget, the Senate will also table and adopt a report of the PPS, which, in my opinion, the budget-making process is an exclusive function of the National Assembly, except for the Division of Revenue and the county revenue allocation. So I think, in my opinion, Mr. Speaker, maybe you'll give guidance later. I think the PPS that will be submitted to the Senate must be different from the one that will be submitted to the National Assembly, and that the one of the Senate must only refer to the Division of Revenue aspect and the CARA aspect. Because I am foreseeing a situation where the Senate might have a divergent report to the one we are discussing here today. That's, Mr. Speaker, food for thought, I'm sure, for our budget office, the fiscal analysts and the people who work there. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the PPS, and I like what the minority leader said, this is like the framework. It's like you are building a house, these are the pillars. So the budget policy statement, if we approve, this is how the budget will look like. So you either contribute your issues now and concerns in the budget policies document that we're going to approve and forget about it. So when you get the estimates and the way Honorable Badi is saying the chairs are coming, this is where you need to address your issues of concern as committees. But I think from where I sit, Mr. Speaker, the committees should be more concerned about the oversight role they have over the amount of money we appropriate to ministries, agencies, and departments of government, and even to the judiciary and to Parliament. What is the theme of this 2020 budget policy statement? harnessing the big four, harnessing the big four for job creation and economic prosperity. So, Speaker, in my opinion, we use big terminologies, very good terminology, harnessing the big four for job creation and economic prosperity. This will resonate well with the ongoing initiative of the Big Four agenda to raise what does the Big Four agenda wants to do. You know that many people want to ask. In my opinion, the Big Four agenda is supposed to raise productivity, create efficiency, and thereby create an inclusive growth in the aspiration of the people of Kenya towards the Vision 2030 goal. That is the whole thing about, if you ask me, what is the Big Four agenda? Mr. Speaker, we must be very careful. And I'm sure the chair of budget and his colleagues and the National Treasury, they must be very careful of what is going on, the serious challenges that we see today, not only to the Kenyan economy, but to the global economy. The global economy outlook, Mr. Speaker, is likely to be worsened by the current coronavirus. I was reading, Mr. Speaker, last night, the busiest transshipment port in the world is Singapore. Singapore now is operating at less than 15% because the traffic that was coming from China has stopped. So this coronavirus is going to completely affect the global economy, which Kenya is part of. Of course, we have the weather in our country. Don't underestimate the locust, which is wiping, tea estates, is affecting the livestock farmers. It's going to have an impact. And then, of course, the expenditure pressure on government, on recurrent. In this country, every 100 shilling we collect, we first pay debt. Maybe we remain with about 40 shillings. The other 40 shilling is paid for salaries and tea and flowers. So there's no money for development from our own collection. And that's why when we gave government that option to open the debt ceiling, I think we agreed, and it's in the document of the delegated legislation. This House can't act in vain. We agreed they stop, first they restructure their debt from commercial to, bilateral, multilateral, to again concessional loans with long term. But Mr. Speaker, I'm hearing in this budget policy statement, the commercial loans have grown from 271 billion to I think 275, Chair. Am I right? The Chair was accusing 213 to 274. So I think this is areas that we need to look at, Mr. Speaker. Actually, one of the functions of the budget policy statement is that it contains both, macro and financial outlook of how the economy will look like in the next 1 year. It will tell us how the economy will look like in terms of revenue collection. It will tell us how the economy will look like in terms of expenditure, what we collect, what we spend, what we borrow. That is the whole essence of the budget policy statement. And Mr. Speaker, if you look at 2019-2020, the national government allocation to the 2020-2021, the national government has reduced its allocation by 200 billion. Last year it was at 2 trillion, now it's at 1.778 billion. So at least we must thank the current minister and the government that they have realized they can't just have numbers. So they have reduced. Parliament is at 36.2 billion. That is where we were last year, our ceiling. The judiciary was at 18.1% last year. And then the consolidated fund service, of course, is 574.6 billion. Then the county government equitable allocation is 316.5 billion, bringing the total amount to 2.7 trillion. And Mr. Speaker, if I listen to the chair of budget, he's trying to play around with the ceilings of certain other arms of government. Speaker, I want you to have at the back of your mind, I know you are a seasoned speaker and a lawyer. Before you touch the ceiling of another arm of government, particularly if you want to increase, you must be cognizant of Section 39 of the PFM Act. You can't just do budget, you know, like you are selling a scratch card, or you are selling, he has butchery in Kikuyu, you know, cutting the chair, that he's cutting pieces of meat, that those who want the bones, that those who want, no, that's not how budget is done. So if you are touching on the ceilings, if you are touching on the ceilings of other arms of government and you want to increase, you must first convince yourself on Section 39 of the PFM Act that if you have a deficit of 7 billion, you must rationalize it from where we shall get the money from. And with this kind of economic outlook, with the coronavirus, with the low revenue collection, please, particularly for Parliament and for Judiciary, don't, give people money you're not going to provide. It's better. I tell people, Mr. Speaker, ordinarily, one of the things that Kenyans make them very poor is what is called the credit card. I tell people how you use your credit card and what is in your wallet. Always live by your wallet. If your wallet can't buy you a cup of tea in Intercontinental, just look for around here where a cup of tea where your wallet can work. So this man wants to give us billions, which again in another 6 months, he will bring a supplementary estimate and says, oh, because the revenue was not achieved because of this. So I think, please comply with the Section 39. Let us have our ceiling for last year, if it is 36.9 billion as Parliament. Don't give us money you don't have. Don't give money to other institutions that you don't have, Mr. Chairman. Because you can see the national government has reduced its amount by about 200 billion. Finally, Mr. Speaker, so I think Section 39 is very, very clear, Mr. Speaker, and it says, in view of the foregoing, the House recommendation, the Budget Committee recommendation, should propose areas of rationalization to ensure that the budget is fully funded according to Section 39 of the PFM Act. This is a problem we had during the VAT, the controversial VAT, and the finance bill will come this year. If you cut here, you must give in the other hand. So we must have a balanced budget, starting with the budget policy statement. But Mr. Speaker, I think finally, the issue of pending bill. Speaker, this issue is affecting, and those who want to become even governors like Honorable Bandi and Honorable Chris Wamalwa, you have to think twice. Because unless pending bills are cleared, the next governors will carry huge pending bills of billions. So I think, Mr. Speaker, we should not wait for the National Treasury. When the budget estimates are tabled here, we must create a line item for the national government, and in the division of revenue bill and in the county revenue allocation bill, the Senate must create a line item. We must force it in law that this amount of money is allocated, shareable in all the 47 counties, and every county must pay their pending bills based on the money allocated. If there will be no money allocated for pending bills, Mr. Speaker, the current projects going on will become pending bills next financial year. So, Mr. Speaker, I think we need to be very honest with with the people of Kenya. There are people who their properties are being auctioned. There are people who can't take their children to school. There are people in this country who have no food on the table. And Mr. Speaker, governors must read the scriptures. They must read the Quran and the Bible. The more you, because the Speaker allowed us, unajua tuongea Kiswahili, ukidhulumu watu, kwa sababu yale yanatendeka Kenya katika serikali za county ni dhulma. Watu wengine wameenda hospitali, wengine hawana chakula, wengine walikuwa matajiri. Hii tumekubaliana, unajua, for the Kiswahili standing order, Speaker amekubali, as we reach here, now we can changanya. Hiyo dhulma mnawafanyia wa Kenya, Mungu anawaona, but this house must create, and the budget committee must create a line, an amount for pending bill. The president said it in Narok. The national government has tried its best to pay, but in the county government, we must put it in the division of revenue bill, and we must put it, you know how much.
Very well.
You know, you no longer sit in house business. You have been removed by Honorable Bandi. So a decision was made to mix as we continue. So communication is coming. So relax. And you know, this is not Kupet. This is the house. There's a place where you make a decision and it becomes law. This is the National Assembly. So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I really want to agree that the chair has a deficit of 7 billion.
There's a point of order from the Honorable Omboko Milemba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I was here in the morning, and as we discussed business of the House, members who mix language were reprimanded. This afternoon, a member is doing the same and is walking away with it, and asserting that because it's the House Business Committee, communication will come later. Is it in order? And if there's any such a communication, could you please communicate? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The communication is coming to that effect.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The leader majority jumped the gun.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I am adherent to the instructions of the Speaker. But because I am not a trade union, when I come to the House, my loyalty is to the House. The Speaker, so finally, Mr. Speaker, there's 7 billion hanging. 7 billion hanging. The chair must rationalize that. Don't give people 7 billion that you cannot fund. There's no way the national government can reduce 200 billion. You are giving out 7 billion. Before we approve, tell us, comply with the Section 39. And I hope your amendment must be that. But I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, finally, the majority of the chairs have come. This morning I communicated, and let us make sure that the amount of money we appropriate as committee, as chairs, as members, as this House, as the Oversight Committee of Park and Public Investment, let us follow every penny where it goes. I support, Mr. Speaker.
Now, honour members, before I allow further debate, because the chair of budget and given an indication that, and even in his moving this motion, he indicated that you'll be moving some amendments. And so that we don't debate on the without knowing the actual basis, the actual figures. I will allow the chair of budget to move his proposed amendments so that further contributions will be on the basis of what you will have resolved, particularly because I think this touches on the figures to the Parliamentary Service Commission and Judiciary, so that then we know. I've had the leader majority actually mention a figure which is not in the original motion. It is in the proposed amendments, which the House has not approved. So maybe the best thing is to allow the chair of budget to move the amendment, then the contributions thereafter will just be on the proposed amendments, because you have then to take a vote on that. So, Chair, budget.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As I had indicated, Honorable Speaker, and appreciating what the Leader of Majority has just indicated, I beg to move the following amendment as contained on the supplementary order paper, that the motion be amended by inserting the following words immediately after the figure 2020, subject to A, amendment of paragraph 47 as follows, by deleting subparagraph 1 on page 21 of the report under the financial recommendations and substituting thereof the following new subparagraph. 1, that the ceiling of each arm of government for the financial year 2020-21 be capped as follows. Parliament, Kenya shillings 36.22 billion. Judiciary, Kenya shillings 18.05 billion. The executive, Kenya shillings 1,778.13 billion. 2, by deleting subparagraph 2 on page 21 under the financial recommendations and substituting thereof the following new subparagraph. 2, that the Kenya shillings 1 billion be allocated for strategic response to public initiatives. 3, by deleting subparagraph 3 on page 21 under the financial recommendations and substituting thereof the following new subparagraph. That 3, that the financing gap of Kenya shillings 1 billion be funded through reprioritization and realignment with the executive's approved ceiling. B, that the consequential amendments be effected in the schedules thereof. Honorable Speaker, as has been mentioned, as I indicated earlier and as has been mentioned by the Leader of Majority, in conformity with Section 39 of our PFM Act, we are required that for every addition, Honorable Speaker, there is a commensurate reduction in terms of expense. For Parliament, and they had left out the strategic response for public initiatives, which is the money for public participation. As I indicated, we intend to cover all the 47 counties over the 4-year period that we have. We've already covered 24, so we'll cover another probably 10 this year because of the reduced resources. And in line, Honorable Speaker, with the fiscal consolidation efforts by everybody in government, including the executive, as the leaders of the majority, minority, and myself have mentioned, the executive itself has cut its own budget by almost 200 billion shillings in terms of expenditure cuts. And considering the heavy requirements that we require, the challenges, as I mentioned, the global outlook of the economy, and even our own local economy, Honorable Speaker, the effects of the climatic changes, the locust invasion, coronavirus, and the antecedent consequences that we have to our revenues, Honorable Speaker, there are challenges. We had anticipated as a Budget and Appropriations Committee that we may be able to ask the National Treasury, because we were not able, looking at the requests that came from the departmental committees, Honorable Speaker, we had requests of about 104 billion shillings, 104 billion extra requests for way above the ceilings that have been provided for in the budget policy statement. For Parliament, Honorable Speaker, besides the 36 billion that was provided for, the Parliamentary Service Commission came to us with a request for 54 billion shillings. That is a whole 18 billion shillings above the ceiling that was in the BPS. For Judiciary, Honorable Speaker, they had a request, I think, of 37 billion shillings, if I remember well, almost double what was provided for. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, we had looked at the needs. Needs, one, to ensure that everybody, every institution, or every arm of government is able to cater for its own salaries and wages, is able to cater for allowances and the usual expenditures, and also be able to sustain themselves to be able to be productive in the economy in terms of the things that I mentioned. For Parliament, assure them that they're able to continue to complete, for instance, the office block that is here. For the judiciary, the same thing, to be able to accommodate inadequate resources to enable them to complete the ongoing projects. And I'm aware, Honorable Speaker, that there's a World Bank funded project that we brought back in the budget for 1920 for the judiciary that is helping them to complete some of the ongoing court projects. For Parliament, there are resources that were provided this year, but we had wanted to make sure that even normal repairs and maintenance, Honorable Speaker, is well catered for. And we have therefore proposed increments from the Budget and Appropriations Committee and proposed, as you will find in the report, that the gap that would have created of 7 billion shillings be catered for through reprioritization from the executive's budget. In other words, we are asking the National Treasury, let us increase the ceilings for Parliament, for judiciary, and for public participation initiatives, and cut further from the executive beyond the 200 plus billion shillings that they had cut. And following engagements that we had with the National Treasury, Honorable Speaker, it became apparent it may not be possible because of the cuts, huge cuts that have been taken into. And as I mentioned, there are concerns that we have already cut even development expenditure. And therefore, it would mean that you further cut development expenditure from the national executive and therefore aggravate a bad situation or a situation that is already bad and making it worse. As I indicated, we had expressed concerns that we are already cutting onto the development expenditure. And that will further compound the problems that we are talking about: corona, locusts, low revenues. Therefore, it would mean we further cut another 7 billion shillings, possibly from the development expenditure, because the recurrent expenditure, as I said, everybody has been put in a position.
Mr. Speaker, the budget policy statement came from the committee, and that's what we have before the House. Can the chairman of the committee now confirm to this House that this amendment is from the committee or from himself?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. First, the budget policy statement, Honorable Speaker, you know, is tabled from the National Treasury to the House, and we review it as a House. And we review that through our departmental committees and also who then submit their reports to us. And I want to confirm that indeed the amendment is a committee amendment for the one I'm speaking to, Honorable Speaker. Sorry? And Honorable Speaker, as I was saying, it is emanating, and even the revision.
Honorable Otiende, you have a point of order.
Another point of order.
Yes, Honorable Otiende Molo.
Mr. Speaker, the point of order raised by the Honorable Lagal is a fundamental issue. We have a report which is duly signed by all but 9 members. Incidentally, that report was uploaded after I raised it, but now it is here. When the chair is proposing an amendment, he must clarify whether it's an amendment by the committee or not. And if it is, it should be similarly supported. It is a fundamental point. It is not his personal views that are to be expressed here. It is the views of the committee, and I think it ought to be clarified first. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair of Budget, is it a committee amendment or?
Honorable Speaker, as I said, one, and that's what I was explaining to the honorable members, that the proposal to increase the ceilings came from the Budget and Appropriations Committee. 2, Honorable Speaker, if you protect me from shouting by 001, I know these things might be difficult for him to understand, but if he listens, he will understand. Like Honorable Olago Oloch and Otiende Amolo do understand. 2, Honorable Speaker, the review is also coming from the committee based on the provisions of Section 39 of the PFM Act that we are not able at the moment to be able to raise money from elsewhere. And as I indicated, it was envisaged that after engagement with the National Treasury, they would be able to institute further cuts from the executive arm to be able to cater for additional development expenditure in the other two arms of government, Honorable Speaker, and the public participation initiatives. And that's what I was saying,
Point
Honorable
of order
Speaker.
from the Honorable John Bandi.
But, Mr. Speaker, you know, I'm really trying to restrain myself. The chair called me that there was a meeting to make this change. But, Mr. Speaker, this reasoning of Section 39, we are not dealing with budget estimate. We are dealing with policy statement. And, Mr. Speaker, I think members need to understand what the chair wants to do. Let me explain it simply. Yes. Number one, the judiciary budget, last financial year, the year that is ending, we gave judiciary 18 billion, which they have been complaining about. Now, in the BPS, the Treasury was giving them only 17 billion, reducing by 1. The committee, in its wisdom, decided to return it to 18 billion, not giving them any extra money. Now, what the chair wants to do is to return it back to 17 billion again. I mean, this is going to hurt the judiciary. 2, Parliament. And even if I'm on a point of order, you will raise yours. On Parliament, Mr. Speaker, on Parliament in the last 2019-2020 requested for 43 billion. We gave them 39 billion. We gave Parliament 39 billion. Now, this BPS is giving Parliament 36 billion. We said, no, let us give Parliament what they were given last year, 39 billion. Now, what the chairman wants to do is to return it back to 36 billion. Mr. Speaker, I think, let us be honest with ourselves. There is nothing illegal by having these figures as they were. Let us be candid that it is the Treasury pushing the chairman, my chairman, whom I respect a lot. Treasury is pushing. If the Treasury wants to negotiate with Parliament, let them negotiate with us. But this justification of BPS we cannot adjust because we have to find a way where, this is a policy statement giving an indication of if they feel they have no, let them look for that money between now and the time of estimates and tell us where to get it. But Mr. Speaker, if you members listen to what I'm saying, I'm in effect saying that this amendment should be rejected.
Honorable Cheptumo, you want to weigh in? Chair of Justice and Legal Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are 2 issues here. I still want to pursue the point of order by Honorable Lako. The question that is being raised is what the chair budget proposing in terms of the amendment a committee decision of the budget, or it is his own? That is one. But the other point, Mr. Chairman, I want to correct Honorable Mbadi. Mr. Speaker, the resource requirement of judiciary in 2021 is actually 37 billion, Mr. Speaker. They were given 18.1 billion in the ceiling. What the committee is trying to do now, Mr. Speaker, which I support, is to add 1 billion to make it 19 billion as per this report. So it is not true, Mr. Speaker, and unfortunately, Mbadi is not listening to what I'm saying. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it is important that we clarify. And the chair, when moving this motion, it was so clear that we need really to address the needs in the judiciary. And so I want to clarify that, Mr. Speaker. They were given in the ceiling 18.1 billion. They are not adding anything on top now. That is what was given in the ceiling that was brought by the Treasury to the Parliament.
And it therefore means that the chair of budget is, by what he's doing, amending the committee's report. What the chair of budget is doing is to propose to amend his report, the report of the committee. That appears, no, you know, many of you have not listened to, because I think you must, even the figures which were there, look at the original report by the budget committee. The ceilings for Parliament were put at 39.14. The ceilings for Judiciary were put at 19.05. The ceilings for the executive were put at 1,778,000,000,000.13. That is in the report from the committee. Now, therefore, the chairman, at the point being raised by the Honorable Olagwa Lodge, and Honorable Tiende Amolo, and Honorable John Bandi, I think, and the Honorable Cheptumo, is the chairman now proposing to amend that report which is by his committee, and now members of the committee are, one of them being the Honorable John Bandi, are wondering where this has come from. But you know, I can hear some of you asking you where from. That is not the point. It is not, that is not the point. It is whether the report is being amended. If you look at the original report, I hope you have it. Those of you who are able to open the gadgets, you have seen the ceilings. Yeah? If you have seen those ceilings, therefore what the chairman is doing is he is therefore reducing the ceilings from 39.14 for Parliament and from 19.05 for Judiciary to 18.05 and for Parliament to 36.22. So that's what the chairman is doing. The point now, the question that has been raised, which I think maybe the chairman needs to answer, is whether he is doing it. Is this amendment a committee amendment? That is the question. Is this a committee amendment? Yes, Honorable Agoloch.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Mbadi and Honorable Cheptumo talked to the substance of the amendment. What I raised was the legality of the amendment. And the report that we are discussing was signed by the committee. If that report is to be amended, the amendment proposed must be by the committee. And I want the chairman to be honest on this one. If it is his own amendment and not the committee's amendment, then he must withdraw it. But if he's insisting on going on with it, I ask the chair to rule on the legality of the proposed amendment first.
Maybe the Honorable Ichongwa can propose an amendment. The amendment, if it is not, if this amendment is not from the committee, because you see, it's a report of the committee. So if the committee wants to, if it is committee that wants to amend, that's perfectly in order. But then we must also get to know that that is the committee. But the chair, in his private personal capacity, also has a right to propose an amendment. So Honorable Ishongwa, members of your committee don't appear to be aware of this this amendment.
Definitely, Honorable Speaker, the leader of minority is aware, and because he was actively involved in the deliberations. However, Honorable Speaker, the amendment, as I indicated, first is signed by myself as chair and approved by the Speaker, and therefore is properly before the House. However, the decision on how to deal with the amendment, Honorable Speaker, is up to the House to listen to what I was saying and the rationale behind it and make an appropriate decision. because all I can do as Member of Parliament for Kikuyu, as Chairman of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, is to move the amendment and leave it to the House to make an appropriate decision. And that's why I had gone to great length to explain to the House the rationale behind the amendment. And I would only beg that you listen to me to complete the last bit, which I was explaining, Honorable Speaker. And just by concluding what the Leader of Majority had said, that we may desire to have more resources on paper at the policy level, but in reality, the resources might not be available. And therefore, that's what we want to do, that even as a matter of proper planning, as our judiciary, as Parliament, even as the Budget and Appropriations Committee, as we go out for public participation, we plan based on resources that are available. However, let me also clarify, Honorable Speaker, that what has been provided for under the ceilings is adequate to ensure that all the three arms of government, Honorable Speaker, are able to offer their services uninterrupted. But I did indicate that the development budgets for all arms of government, for the executive, there's going to be a problem with the executive development budget because there are cuts. And we expressed, if you read the report, we expressed our concerns as a committee that because of the hard economic times, we are even going to cut development expenditure. The same goes for the other arms of government, Honorable Speaker. The judiciary will be able to execute all their programs through their recurrent expenditure, but their development expenditure, Honorable Speaker, will be cut. The same for Parliament.
There are points of orders from the Honorable Tuwei.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I do respect this committee of budget, but if chairman is trying to impute improper motive that this matter has just come up after the committee signed the report, and today he has been called somewhere for a cup of tea and makes changes that, according to him, he has realized that it cannot be attained, then it's actually an exercise in futility for the committee to be sitting with the cabinet secretary, analyzing issues for the whole 14 days, and then today we get a statement that is not going in tandem with what the committee actually agreed. Mr. Speaker, I tend to think, and this is one thing, Mr. Speaker, sir, we need to be serious, especially on chairs of these committees. We have realized that they have become an appendix of executive on some issues, and they try to bring in some issues. Mr. Speaker, sir, if you look at each and every member who is a chair of the committee, they go in bed with the ministries, the oversight, and they even leave. Yes, sorry to use that term, Mr. Speaker, and I withdraw it. There seem to be an agreement between the chairman and the ministry. I've withdrawn, but I've realized this. Mr. Speaker, sir, some of these chairmen seem to be getting some instructions which are outside the standing orders of this House. And some of them are getting benefits. Some of the committee members, especially the chairs, are even gaining from the resources that they appropriate. I will bring a motion next week, Mr. Speaker, sir. One of the chairmen in this committee has taken 300 million to his constituency. It's sad. It's sad. It's sad.
Now, Honorable Raso, you also want to go the same? No, the issue of going to bed has been withdrawn by the Honorable Tuwei on his own volition. But you know, why don't we allow the mover? Why don't we allow the mover to finish moving? Yes, you know that. No, let him finish, Honorable Ichungwa. Let him finish, Honorable Raso. Let him finish. Then we can allow you opportunity to debate the proposed amendment. Honorable Ichungwa.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think that point of order had no relation to the issues here. Seems to have been talking about other committees and other chairs and what is happening in those other committees, which I cannot speak for, Honorable Speaker. I was only saying, Honorable Speaker, the decision is up to members to make that decision, Honorable Speaker, but it is also prudent that we are also able to plan with available resources. And we must appreciate, Honorable Speaker, that as I said, as I moved the motion, that we are living under very difficult circumstances this financial year. And indicatively, even in the next financial year, 2020-21, that starts in July this year. Remember, we're only 4 months away from the beginning of the next financial year. And we must be cognizant of the realities that pertain in both our economy locally and the global economy, Honorable Speaker. And that's why I went at great length to explain the issues that we had, from corona to locusts to floods to all the problems, Honorable Speaker, that we are living with. And therefore would urge members to support this amendment in line with the fiscal consolidation that is ongoing across all sectors of the economy and across all arms of government, Honorable Speaker, and request the Leader of Majority to second.
I am seconding it with a heavy heart. But Mr. Speaker, you know, as I second, my argument number one, and it's valid. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Tuwei is right, but any member of this House can bring an amendment to this report. So there's no crime anybody has committed, including the chair. Speaker, the only issue is our situation, Section 39 of the PFM Act. I think this argument should have been well canvassed at the Committee of Budget. But further, Mr. Speaker, as we reject this, if the House rejects this, Mr. Speaker, that's why I said, you know, I'm moving with a heavy heart. As we deal with this matter, Mr. Speaker, I want to bring to the attention of the House, because, you know, Honorable Tuwei has spoken. There is a constitutional provision for public participation in the budget-making process. And this budget committee has put 3 billion. And this is always shared among the members of that committee, including, and Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, let me finish. I'm seconding. You can't, I am seconding your amendment. You can't, and Mr. Speaker, let them not tell us. Mr. Speaker, let them not tell us. Let them not tell us.
The Honorable John Bandi is a member of the committee, a ranking member.
He's a beneficiary.
He's on a point of order.
That's why I'm on a point of order. Mr. Speaker, I usually, sometimes it's not tidy for me to raise a point of order on the Leader of Majority. But Mr. Speaker, let us be factual. The money for public participation, and I want Chairman, let us be transparent on some of these things, so that we are not scandalized. I mean, it doesn't make sense. This is what brought down Budget Committee the other time. Last year, we did 24 counties. My county was not one of them. And those 24 counties, and I'm in the Budget Committee, and the 24 counties which were done, in fact, I was expecting my county this time to get public participation. 24 counties, each one of them got 100 million for the 2.4. And they was picked at random. I'm in the Budget Committee, I'm a ranking member. Homa Bay was not one of them. So when Honorable Duale says that it is for the Budget Committee, it's not factual. It's not factual. That is what I wanted to put.
Mr. Speaker, I will provide evidence. I will provide evidence when we come to the estimates that even the choice of the counties to conduct public participation and even the constituencies with those counties are discriminated. And members, and in fact, Mr. Speaker, if a member of the Budget Committee comes from a county where it's a beneficiary, and I'll give a good example, like now Wajir, you visited last year, already there is a serious problem on that county. So even this money of public participation is not an exclusive money for the Budget and Appropriation Committee to decide. Because, you know, if we have to speak from the heart, we'll speak from the heart. But, Mr. Speaker, as I support, I really want to pose one moral question. Do you want to have money in paper, or do you want to maintain your ceiling? What to maintain the ceiling for the judiciary for last year? If it was 18 point something, let's maintain the ceiling for Parliament if it was 39 point something. Yes, let's maintain it. Then we will not be in catch 22 within catch 22 within the reading of Section 39 of the PFM Act. And I really want to ask, as I conclude, you know, Chair, I have more experience. you can further amend. You can further amend your amendment. And you know, and accept it with the help of the Speaker, that you maintain the old ceiling of the judiciary and maintain the old ceiling of Parliament, and we move. Yeah, my friend. Otherwise, why we are here? You see, it's rare to see the House full at 5:30. I was wondering what is going to happen, but it is that the people have heard your report. The Speaker, with a heavy heart, I second.
But you are being seconded. But you see, I must propose first. I must propose first. That is the procedure. Then you can even do what you are. So, honor members, I propose the question that the motion be amended by inserting the following words immediately after the figure 2020, subject to A, amendment of paragraph 47 as follows. Roman 1, by deleting subparagraph 1 on page 21 of the report under the financial recommendations and substituting thereof the following new subparagraph, being now 1, that the ceiling of each arm of government for financial year 2020-2021 be capped as follows. Roman 1, Parliament, 36.22 billion shillings. Roman 2, Judiciary, Kenya shillings, 18.05 billion. Executive, Kenya shillings, 1,778 billion, 1.13 shillings. Further, by deleting subparagraph 2 on page 21 under the financial recommendations and substituting thereof the following new subparagraph, being number 2, that Kenya shillings 1 billion be allocated for strategic response to public initiatives. Roman 3, deleting subparagraph 3 on page 21 under the financial recommendations and substituting thereof the following new subparagraph, being number 3, that the financing gap of Kenya shillings 1 billion be funded through reprioritization and realignment with the executive's approved ceiling. That, and finally B, that the consequential amendments be effected in the schedules thereof. Is that desire of the House? I put the question. Well, honor members, so honor members, you want me read the proposed amendments? I therefore, which is on the supplementary on the paper, I therefore put the question that the motion be amended as proposed by the Honorable Ishongwa as contained in the supplementary on the paper. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as the contrary opinion say no? No. The noes have it. So honor members, then debate resumes on the motion as originally framed, at which I think, for avoidance of doubt, the figures contained, as you are debating the general policy issues, and for avoidance of doubt, the ceilings remain at Parliament 39.14 billion, Judiciary 19.05 billion, Executive 1.778 trillion. So those figures will remain like that as you debate the general policy issues. Honorable Makali Mulu.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this chance also to add my voice to this important debate. And Mr. Speaker, I want to say my colleagues, the mover and the seconder, have done justice to this BPS, Mr. Speaker. So what I will do, Mr. Speaker, I will try to add value in areas where they have not been able to provide more details. But even as I start, Mr. Speaker, it's important to remind the House that this House has a constitutional mandate to make the budget. So even as those other consultations take place, it is important we realize that the House must be respected, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, looking at this, I want just to start from the page 1 of the report, Mr. Speaker, and start by quoting the theme of the budget, and I think Majority Leader mentioned this, where they are saying harnessing the big four for job creation and economic prosperity, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this has been a policy document. It is important that we interrogate the policies, Mr. Speaker. I know my chair has spoken a lot about the big four, and I want to say this, Mr. Speaker. If the big four is supposed to be the main theme of this budget policy statement, Mr. Speaker, I think we have to do much more work in this area. And Mr. Speaker, in addition to what my colleagues said, I think in terms of the big four, Mr. Speaker, there are 3 things which must be done if the policy has to make any sense. The first one, Mr. Speaker, is the issue of implementation matrix. That must be sorted out. The issue of accountability framework must be sorted out. And last but not least, Mr. Speaker, we must have a clear monitoring and evaluation framework. Unless that is done, Mr. Speaker, then that policy direction will not be able to obtain. The other point, Mr. Speaker, which I want to discuss, Mr. Speaker, when you look at the BPS, there are a number of conditional grants which are supposed to be sent to the counties, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I think what is not happening in terms of policy, Mr. Speaker, we need a very clear framework in terms of how these conditional grants are going to be implemented and also monitored, Mr. Speaker. For instance, if you ask a question, Mr. Speaker, we have been sending conditional grants to the counties since the counties became effective. The question is, for how long are we going to continue sending conditional grants, Mr. Speaker? And I want to give an example. We have been giving conditional grants to level 5 hospitals, Mr. Speaker. The thinking behind that was that these level 5 hospitals will be more of a regional health centers where people can come from other counties to visit them and get services. But what is happening, Mr. Speaker, now with implementation of county government budgets and plans, a number of other health facilities have been upgraded to a level that there might be no need now to visit these level 5 hospitals. So, Mr. Speaker, the policy question is indeed time we reviewed that policy to find out whether there is need to continue pumping money to level 5, or it is time this conditional grant is shared among all the counties so that counties also upgrade their own health facilities. The other issue, Mr. Speaker, I want to raise is the issue of all revenue sources. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the BPS, the counties are collecting on average about 30% of what should be collected, Mr. Speaker. And the question is, how do you grow the county economies in a situation, Mr. Speaker, where they are not collecting their own revenue? And where they're even collecting, Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of leakages. So, Mr. Speaker, I think we need a clear policy in terms of own revenue sources for counties. And when we look at this report, Mr. Speaker, that doesn't come out very clear in terms of how do we make sure that the counties increase their own revenue, which is collected at their level, and also make prudent use of those revenues, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the other important point is the issue of what the BPS calls contingency liabilities. Mr. Speaker, it is a constitutional requirement that when counties or parastatals borrow money, they must be guaranteed by the National Treasury. And when they default in terms of repayment, Mr. Speaker, the National Treasury has to pay because they guaranteed them. And I think, Mr. Speaker, we require a very clear policy statement in terms of how do we handle this issue where some of these parastatals, Mr. Speaker, have defaulted, and Treasury has to use the meager revenue we are collecting from all over the place, Mr. Speaker, to build them out. So, Mr. Speaker, as we even discuss this document, it is important that Parliament demands that there is a very clear policy in terms of areas where National Treasury is guaranteeing other institutions. And Mr. Speaker, the way to go in terms of way forward would be coming up with a very clear credit rating score. So that if we have a credit rating score, Mr. Speaker, we can know which parastatals are creditworthy and which counties are creditworthy, because I think it's now general policy that from the coming financial year, counties will be allowed, Mr. Speaker, to borrow on their own, but guaranteed by Treasury. So I think before we get to that level, it will be very important, Mr. Speaker, to have all these institutions being taken through a process so that their credit rating score is actually determined, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the other point, which is critical, is the issue of duplication functions, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you look at what is happening at the county level, what is happening at the national level, and what is happening, Mr. Speaker, in the parastatals or the regional authorities, you realize, Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of duplication of functions. And I think at policy level, time has come when we need to very strictly, Mr. Speaker, say that these implementing agencies must implement as per the functions stated in the Constitution, Mr. Speaker. And in the regional authorities, which are doing some county functions, Mr. Speaker, I think we need a clear policy that at this point, Mr. Speaker, that those functions are actually taken to the county governments, and they only remain, the regional authorities only implement functions which are national level functions, national government functions. In that case, Mr. Speaker, we'll be able to save a lot of resources which can be used to reduce the deficit. And we are all crying, Mr. Speaker, that we have a serious deficit. The other important point, Mr. Speaker, is the issue of what I'll call weak project appraisal. Mr. Speaker, in the past 2 years, we have seen projects which have been implemented in this country, and you really seriously question whether these projects have been taken through a proper appraisal or a proper evaluation process to determine whether they are what they've been implemented. And I think at policy level, it is important, Mr. Speaker, to note that Treasury has actually established a unit to take care of project appraisals. But I think it has not really started working. So I think as we move forward, Mr. Speaker, it is important that this unit takes their work very seriously and saves Kenyans a lot of resources which are going to the West in terms of implementing projects which are not worthy being implemented. And Mr. Speaker, even as I look at the fiscal consolidation policy, because when you look at the BPS, Mr. Speaker, there is a whole discussion about the fiscal consolidation policy. And I ask myself, could we be, Mr. Speaker, facing what I would call fiscal credibility crisis? Because, Mr. Speaker, the more we project, if you look at the way we do our budget 3-year cycle, where we have the inner year, which is the first year, that particular year, and we have 2 outer years. And every budget you do, Mr. Speaker, every year, you see that there's a projection for the coming year and that year. But when you analyze that over time, Mr. Speaker, you realize we have never adhered to that fiscal consolidation policy, Mr. Speaker. And I think basically as a country, if we are not careful, very soon we'll be facing that what I would call fiscal credibility crisis. It's creeping in, and it's important we take it serious as a house and assist the the national government. And Mr. Speaker, I agree with the earlier proposal that we do a BPS in terms of 3 years, so that we do BPS today and we do another one after 3 years. That will allow time for monitoring what we have agreed and ensuring that we track the targets. And if they are not achieved, Mr. Speaker, then in 3 years, we can review the document, do another BPS, so that in terms of policy direction, we provide 3-year rolling policy direction and also strategic direction. But this idea...
Give me 1 minute to finish that point, Honorable.
I appreciate, Mr. Speaker. So what I was saying, Mr. Speaker, is this idea of doing BPS every year, and you find that even the BPS not being adhered to, I think it's to get to a time where it will be a waste of time. So I think time has come, we need to review our own budget-making process and see whether they can do BPS for 3 years, but then every year, track the targets. And now that you have given 1 minute, Mr. Speaker, just as I conclude, I want to thank you and say, in terms of reducing development expenditure, Mr. Speaker, because I have quite a number of points, but in terms of reducing development expenditure, there is no way we are going to grow this economy if we don't invest in development, Mr. Speaker. So we must rethink our strategy, we must rethink our policy in terms of reducing development budget. With those remarks, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I support.
Honorable Kimunya.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to first of all acknowledge the work that's been done by the Budget Committee and indeed all the other committees in reviewing this rather technical document, which, following on what Dr. Makali is saying, has actually become more an annual ritual rather than a strategic guiding document. And I'm saying this because if you even look at last year's and this year's, you see lots of cut and pasting. Yeah? You look at the numbers contained therein within the BPS and the medium-term expenditure framework from which it was derived, and you start seeing inconsistencies. It just shows either somebody is not taking it seriously, so you have a target in MTF. When you come to the BPS, it's different, and when we come back in April, we end up with estimates that are, again, not consistent. So it's become like a ritual. It's because it's required by law, it must be submitted. And what I would want to ask is perhaps we get some seriousness at the planning, at Treasury, in the generation of the medium-term expenditure framework, which is realistic. And based on that, we then come and interrogate it and say, what strategies would the government be putting in place to achieve those MTEF targets? And those are synchronized with where the country wants to be. For example, just in the education sector, we are talking of the CBC, the transiting from, from one structure to the other. We need extra classrooms. We are talking of 100% transition, which requires more classrooms. But when you look at the medium-term expenditure framework and the BPS, we are basically talking of we need to construct, the government aims to construct 90 classrooms per year in the primary schools. So are we actually then consistent between the policy pronouncements and what is in the documents? Now, look at the number of children who are going to school. Through the transition, they end up in the universities, they end up in the TVETs. We are encouraging people to go to the TVETs. Are we putting the same targets in the BPS so that when you come to the estimates, there will be the capitation per kid. When you multiply by the number of children, should reflect in the budget. Yet we have the ceilings, which we can't exceed. So there is a lot of that inconsistencies now between what we want and we have promised the people of Kenya with what we have put in the planning documents and in the implementation documents. And I agree that perhaps we need to move to a 3-year planning horizon so that Treasury can spend the time in that getting that planning proper. Because if you fail to plan, you're actually planning to fail, right? That is very clear. And we can then use that time in removing all these inconsistencies, make sure that between the intentions, the policy, and the implementation, you can see a thread. And hopefully, but we will then be, when we look at the estimates and saying how much money we are giving, we'll be able to see what's happening. Right now, we are being given a proposal, and I'm glad the House removed it, we're being given a proposal to remove the budget of Parliament and Judiciary by 1 billion. Why 1 billion? Now, what outputs that the Judiciary was supposed to do, or what outputs that the Treasury, the Parliament was supposed to achieve within this year have been reduced to come up with the 1 billion. So we know that our sittings will either have been reduced, or the Judiciary, that they will not now hear cases beyond a certain period. Yeah, this is the kind of thing that, because people are planning without necessarily looking at the correlation between inputs and outputs, but purely on absolute numbers, that you can, come and say, we want Parliament to approve ABCD, and we approve it, and then we come up with a supplementary. Before even the supplementary is done, we come up with a supplement 2, because obviously it's people looking at numbers rather than the planning. Now, BPS is supposed to be addressing those strategies to take us there. Now, I say BPS, I hope. I didn't say BBI. I said BPS. Now, I also recognize, obviously, Mr. Speaker, that we are operating at a very difficult economic circumstances. And it's at this kind of circumstances that people need to really focus on what do we need to do. We're putting a lot of focus on the big four. Housing, how much has we absorbed in the last 2 years? How many units have we created? Has the fund that we passed in this house ever been operationalized? Because there are court cases. Is it still realistic that we are going to achieve those targets and continue pumping money into that? Manufacturing, we had a target of cranking it up to contribute 15% of GDP. You look at the numbers, the statistics, we are on a downward slope. Right now, we are under 8%. It's not going up, it's going down. Now, what magic between now and the next 2 years are we going to apply so that we can leapfrog in terms of achieving the target for manufacturing? Because it's only when we achieve those that then that will generate the revenue, generate the jobs, to then sustain the economy within the target, what we targeted. And I think it's at this point that we need to go back and reflect. Are we doing things the right way? Or are we doing things the same way and expecting different results? And I would want to urge that Treasury looks at some of these things, and much as there's no law requiring them to resubmit a revised BPS, let them take advantage of this situation to redo the BPS, to reflect the current reality, that here we are with shortages. We have, our revenue is not going up, it's going down. COVID-19 was not here at the point of doing the BPS. It's now a reality. The global economy has shrunk, and obviously Kenya will be affected. We are not an isolated part of the world. We are going to be isolated. What are all the impacts of all that that need to be factored in so that we can at least plan based on what we can realistically achieve? Mr. Speaker, Treasury is committed to fiscal consolidation, and we all support that. But what the methods that you're going around it, you're reducing spending by 200 billion, of course, because we can't afford it. But what does that impact on the private sector? Is the aggregate demand has been reduced by 200 billion. The private sector that was intending to supply to government goods and services will supply goods and services worth 200 billion less, right? Now, that means the people who will be required to produce will have to be reduced. The profits to be made will reduce, which will have a knock-on effect on the taxes. What are we doing to ensure that, given the reduction in government spending and the extra taxes that will reduce the disposable income of those farms, that those businesses will be encouraged to continue spending and producing and enhancing their productivity and their income, so that they can retain people in office? Mr. Speaker, it's very clear that at the fiscal policy level, we don't have space. We have exhausted all the options. But at the monetary policy level, we have several options that we are not utilizing. We removed the interest caps, which is good. We're told it's good for the economy. The CBK has gone ahead and moved the CBR. It's now at 8.25, but has not sent any signal to any of the banks to reduce the lending rates. Because they are not under any obligation to coordinate their lending to the CBR, they are doing nothing. The monetary and open market operations the banks can do, but I don't think we are in that situation where we need now to start printing money. But we have an instrument that we used very effectively in the 2003-2004, the cash reserve ratio. We reduced the cash reserve ratio, and all of a sudden, banks were awash with money, and members will remember, Mr. Speaker, when banks had set up kiosks on the streets trying to push money to their wananchi. We need to get to that kind of situation. The banks, right now, I believe the cash reserve ratio is in the order of 5.5. If you only reduce that ratio to 4%, we will end up with more money getting into the private sector. We can have that discussion in detail, but I would like to urge the government to start being innovative on some of those things. I would also want to issue the issue of the pending bills. The faster we can pay, the quicker we are going to get liquidity into the market, and also to restore the creditworthiness of the suppliers who are now being listed on the CRBs and cannot access.
Very well. You know, if you keep adding 1 minute, I'm not sure. But because I added for Makali, just 1 minute, and I will not add to any other member.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you for that, and for the intervention of the members. I want to just emphasize the issue of the pending bills, that let's get that amount paid so that we can at least get the velocity of money supply up, and in terms of the liquidity and credibility of the suppliers. Now, on the Big Four, just to summarize on that, I think it's important that we relook at the targets that we have set for the Big Four. And much as they are legacy projects, let us look at, is there other investment options where we can put the money we are putting into those Big Four projects, where it will, in the short term, at least invigorate the economy. Because we cannot have a situation where we are waiting for the long term, where in the short term, people are suffering. And I think, Mr. Speaker, it's a matter of saying, let Treasury look at all these things, and we can have a more discussion into the future. But I just highlight some of those things that need to be looked at so that at least we can move forward as one Kenya. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next is Honorable Miremba Boko, member for Emuhaya.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this chance to talk on this report, the BPS. And the report, as I support it, it is well put, but on several items, for instance, when it talks about the report has proposed that we'll be doing the BPS after 3 years. And though the earlier speakers who are also economists and veterans of economics have alluded to support this, I think in an economy like ours, where we are still ridden with a lot of issues of corruption and issues of valuation of how much money is going to a particular item, that would be dangerous, because within a period of 3 years, with due respect to the economists and finance experts who have spoken, we would lose a little bit more monies than we are able to actually manage it, because our economy is also been ridden with corruption. And it's important that we address the issue of corruption within the economy. The second issue, Honorable Speaker, is that the report talks about having realized that there's general growth in economy, and that it has grown by about 5 times faster than the revenue and the revenue collection. This alludes to the fact that either we are not collecting revenue, or either we are evading taxes, or either we are being given wrong information on the growth of the economy itself. So that is an issue that will require intervention so that we actually know that what is the exact growth rate of our economy. Is it at what we are being told? And if so, what is it reflecting to the revenue itself so that we can have the revenue coming into circulation to help in the economy itself? The other issue, Honorable Speaker, are the 4 points that were mentioned by the seconder of this particular motion. And he addressed a number of issues that included, among other issues, the issue of pending bills. And I think pending bills, indeed, as we plan, Honorable Speaker, this budget policy statement, we should put a particular line within the budget that will address the issue of pending bills. Because like it was alluded to, unless we deal with that, then it will be a vicious circle of going around the pending bills from year in to year out. Because pending bills seem to have been an extra method of borrowing from the public almost illegally, because ordinarily, government should borrow either externally, but if they come internally, the government should have borrowed through the treasury bonds, maybe through the treasury bills. But then pending bills seems to have been an extra method of borrowing from the public, which, unless fixed, it will continuously shrink the economy and will continuously deny liquidity to the public and within the economy. Because the people who are not paid will not be able to multiply the monies, because economics also operate on one factor which was called the multiplier effect, that if this money is paid to the people who did the work, they can actually pay to other people, and then there'll be a spiral multiplier effect within the economy, and the government will finally, again, collect these monies in form of taxes, and I think that is where we have lost it. So it seems, in a nutshell, on the pending bills, we have actually, as a government, decided to actually undercut or cut the flow of monies within the system, and this then must be addressed specifically within the budget policy statement. Honorable Speaker, the other item which I thought I should speak on is the one that seemed to have been left out, and that is the issue of corruption itself within the budget system, because we believe that corruption begins with budget making. What is the value that is accredited to every road, to every construction, to every project that we are going to undertake within this BPAS? Usually, there would be extra monies put. What is the value? That value is exaggerated such that there's more monies put within a particular project, which is later then taken away. I was talking to one of the economists, and he told me that it is not really possible. And I want veteran economists to listen to this, including Honorable Kimunya. He was doubting whether you have the capacity of consuming 2 trillion, for instance, in 12 months, the way we project that we shall consume and consume. And he was doubting that this is not practical. What is happening is that there's a lot of wastage within the system. And I think the chairman of the committee alluded to wastage when he was talking about where to cut the budgets and where not to cut the budgets. So for me, the issue of extra monies within the budget that actually then end up acting as the corrupt monies that are wasted must be addressed in order for this budget to work and for us to have a proper budget statement moving forward. Honorable Speaker, finally, I think I want to say that the big four, which were flagged as a main driver of this economy, up to where we are, they are operating at 3%, they are operating at most 20%, and maybe the highest 30% in terms of completion. And therefore, we must replan again to see whether we shall continue following them or we get another way of how to deal with them, because otherwise we shall be following a mirage that we may not actually achieve. With those few remarks, I beg to support. Thank you, Speaker.
Yes, it's also encouraging to find that we actually have chairs of committees present. I think it is important as they listen to what the members are saying, and obviously we'll also be giving the chairs of committees to speak to this as well. But it is encouraging to find a number of chairs present and listening to the members, because what the members are saying may one way or the other touch the various committees, and that is very important. So the chairs keep here and listen. You will also get a chance to speak to this. Shall we have Honorable Lasso Ali?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support this motion on the budget policy statement. Honorable Speaker, as we stand on the floor of this House, we are not purporting to speak for the Treasury. When the chairman of Budget Committee is standing here to present the BPS, actually he's one of us, telling us exactly what is the content of the BPS, and not to give any excuses that the economy is not doing well. We must really refocus to make sure that our economy begins to do well. And that is my entry point in this discussion. Mr. Speaker, Standing Order 232 is very clear on what we expect from the budget policy statement. We are looking at the budget policy and also the debt management strategy, because the two must move hand in glove. In terms of generating resources, in terms of expenditures, in terms of requirements, borrowing, this must form part of the BPS itself. But on the other hand, what are the loans or the debts that Kenya is paying? What is the ceiling? What effect does it have on the economy? Mr. Speaker, as members of Parliament, many of us, we might not be accountants or economists, but we have a clear line of thought when issues are presented on the floor of this House. If it goes well in terms of supporting the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, one of the areas that has been highlighted in terms of resources is the equalization fund. I come from a marginalized constituency and county where over the last 5-6 years, there's always a line that tells us that within the budget, actually the starting point of the budget process is the BPS, that within the BPS there is an equalization fund. What we are always asking is why is it not operationalized? That since 2010, the Constitution clearly said that for 20 years, those marginalized counties and constituencies or areas that are lagging behind will be able to receive this funding. So for me, it shouldn't just be a line in the budget that we are putting some money. That money must be put to use. If actually that money for equalization fund is not there, it should not just be used to puff numbers. It should actually be removed so that those of us who constitutionally under Article 203 are entitled to those funds, we should know that it is not there. Mr. Speaker, 2030 is actually the direction of north for the Kenyan economy. It is very important because it basically captures all the pillars, the social, the economic, the security, the diplomacy. Currently, we are seized with the big four. Looking at the BPS, what I think the chairman of Budget Committee should have flagged to tell us that really in the big four, this is what we have done. This is the direction money is moving. So that when the Department of Defense or the Department of Basic Education, if some of their money is removed, they must be told this is where it is going. Just trying to justify that the economy is not doing well because of coronavirus and all other new happenings, I think is not good enough. Mr. Speaker, in the budget outlook, some of the projections that we wanted to see in the BPS is the economic growth, the expansion, the expanding economy, the increase in the tax bracket. Because there's all the saying that Kenyans are not willing to pay tax or there's tax evasion. But clearly, what one must ask is, first of all, do we have the right machinery, or have we put the right machinery in place to be able to collect tax from all those within the taxable bracket? Mr. Speaker, this House a few months ago was able to say that the borrowing from the banks must be capped. If Kenyans don't have enough money in their pockets to do business, the growth of SMEs, entrepreneurship, those monies must be available to the common person who wants to do business. But if the borrowing rates are high, of course, Kenyans will not go to the bank. So we do not expect the economy to grow. So we will never collect enough money. Mr. Speaker, recently we visited Malaysia and Thailand. And we have realized why some countries are growing fast and they are moving further. The environment of doing business, how it is easy, how the service industry that Malaysia and Thailand together, they have a maybe tourist population of close to 70 million, when we are just looking at 2 million. Of those 70 million, many are actually not coming for business. They are just tourists. They come to spend their money. The hotels of a 5-star class is actually almost 30% of what we pay in Kenya. So of course, when a tourist wants to move around the world, with the availability of the social media, the internet, one would go to a place where there is value for money, where they can stay longer and pay cheap. So in terms of growing the economy, in different ministries and in different departments, we must be looking at how do we grow the economy, not just focusing on the treasury to say that how much treasury is collecting. Mr. Speaker, in the BPS, we find that their departments and ministries have been given ceiling. But what should come out clearly is the criteria of some of those allocations. Because I sit in the Committee of Defense and Foreign Affairs. One thing we are trying to pursue is how the Ministry of Foreign Affairs can be put within the cluster of security sector so that that particular ministry can be looked after properly. In terms of pending bills, Mr. Speaker, the Department of Defense has 0 pending bills. This is very important, and for me, we must borrow some.
Honorable Lasso, your space is gone. Let's have Honorable Malwa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this budget policy statement. It is very, very unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, for the time I've been in this parliament, we've never had any report of the previous BPS. And Mr. Speaker, we know BPS plays a critical role because it gives an overall direction on how the government is going to spend its money. Mr. Speaker, there must be consistency between the budget policy statement and the budget estimates. It is unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, in previous years, we've seen some disconnect, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is true as we move forward, we need a clear monitoring and evaluation framework because we've never had any, Mr. Speaker. And every time Treasury brings us the BPS, there's no way we can be able to connect from the previous budget policy statement for purposes of continuity, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to repeat what my colleagues had said, but the most important thing, Mr. Speaker, in this country we've been told that our economy is growing at 5% plus. But there's no trickle-down effect, Mr. Speaker. Businesses are closing down, Mr. Speaker. When you go out there, you see so many shops to rent. That is to tell you, Mr. Speaker, businesses have collapsed, Mr. Speaker. When you look at the KRA projections, we did not even achieve the KRA projections, Mr. Speaker. So what we are trying to put across, Mr. Speaker, is that we must put a conducive environment, Mr. Speaker, that can be able to ensure that business can be able to derive, SMEs can be able to derive, Mr. Speaker, and when SMEs derive, we are going to have employment with the youth. And I want to salute what my friend Kimunya said. In this country, Mr. Speaker, even after removing the interest capping, you cannot access credit. The Kibaki time regime, Mr. Speaker, the GDP of this country, the percentage was growing, it went up to 7%. And Amos Kimunya is here, who was the minister in charge. So some of the issues he had proposed, I happened to have attended the pre-budget conference, and I liked his ideas. When he talked about this cash ratio, these are some of the things we can borrow. Nobody has monopoly of knowledge. Unless, Mr. Speaker, SMEs can access credit, businesses are closing down. When you talk about the issue of the pending bills, Mr. Speaker, these pending bills, I keep wondering, if money was sent originally to the counties, how comes every year we have this issue of pending bills? Because the first county governments, Mr. Speaker, this was part of the teething problems. When the money was given, maybe some of the supplies were not audited properly. And this, as one had said, actually it's borrowing from the public. So the issue of liquidity in the country, Mr. Speaker, is not there. Many of these SMEs, they are borrowing money from the banks. If pending bills are being paid after 2-3 years, some of their businesses, Mr. Speaker, are being auctioned. And if they are being auctioned, what happens? The employment they have offered, Mr. Speaker, they lose employment. We've talked about the youth to start enterprises, to start businesses. We have an affirmative action of 30% that must be supplied by the youth and the women. They are doing the supplies, yes. They've borrowed the money from the banks, yes. But the counties are not paying. The national government are not paying. The business will collapse. They are being auctioned. So the issue of pending bills, Mr. Speaker, this is an extraordinary problem, Mr. Speaker, that needs an extraordinary solution. And I want to support my other colleagues who had said that we need maybe a line element. Maybe the government needs to give a provision of these pending bills so that it can be cleared for once and for all, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as we move forward, on the floor of this House, when His Excellency the President, on the capping interest, Some of us refused. But he brought it back through back door, through Article 115 of the Constitution. How I wish that BBI should be able to address this, so that Article 115 of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, should be used sparingly, because we are messing up. When the president brings back the recommendation and rejects or sends the bill, where are we going to get the 2/3 majority to do this, Mr. Speaker? Many things are being sneaked here through the back door. We've talked of conflicts of interest, Mr. Speaker. I think this is the highest time we should look into each other in the eye and see who is abusing this, Mr. Speaker. When you look at the role, the law of demand and supply, if the price of a commodity goes down, the demand law dictates that the amount of quantity to be demanded will be higher, because we'll have many people who will be able to afford, and demand must be accompanied by affordability. But in this case, when it comes to the banking interest, when the interest capping was put at a lower rate, Mr. Speaker, the SMEs could not access credit. There was a conspiracy, and this is why central bank comes in terms of ethical practice. Banks conspired, Mr. Speaker, and they could not give money to the SMEs. So the interest rate capping, when the president rejected to assent, we were told, let's allow this so that we can increase the accessibility of this credit to the SMEs. When this was done, Mr. Speaker, up to now, still SMEs cannot access. So the only solution is to look at what Kimunya proposed of that credit ratio. We must borrow the good ideas of the Kibaki regime. First, Mr. Speaker, I salute the Kibaki regime. On the element of corruption, we didn't hear much about this corruption. When it comes to borrowing, the percentage of the GDP, the rule of thumb has been talking of 50%, particularly in a developing economy. But right now, what is the percentage of our GDP borrowing? I think we are doing almost 70%, which is very dangerous. We cannot sustain the public debt. When a young Kenyan is born, there is a debt on his head. Where are we going to go? These are the big issues, Mr. Speaker, that we should be able to answer. Mr. Speaker, I also want to talk about the issue of recently when we increased the debt ceiling from the 6 trillion to 9 trillion. The understanding, Mr. Speaker, was that they are going to do the debt restructuring so that some of the loans that the government had engaged, particularly when it comes to commercial ones, are going to be redistributed in the sense that we go for the concessional loans which are cheaper. But when you look at the policy, you find that the credit rate is still going higher. The amount that has been borrowed is increasing. These are the questions you're asking. Why are we not seeing what was supposed to be the expectations? These are the difficult questions, Mr. Speaker. We must come together as a team. This is a matter that is very important. If we increase the ceiling to 9 trillion and the government promised to go for the concession loans, I'm now hearing the budget committee talking of semi-concessional, semi-commercial, something that I've never heard of. I used to be in the budget committee, but I moved out, Mr. Speaker. So the issue is this. The government is taking too long, and you are calling upon the Treasury, Yakuri Atan, wherever he is. He's starting on a wrong note. One, about the issue even of the CDF board. You know, Buno has been acting forever. You can't just go and bring somebody, and yet you have a discretion to appoint who was among the top 3. Buno should come back as a CEO of CDF board. Will not accept any other name, Mr. Speaker. As we move forward.
You don't want to anticipate the debate. It is an active matter. Please proceed beyond that point.
Mr. Speaker, you know there's relevance. If you give me to clarify, in terms of context, I'll show you how the CDF is connected and the management of your Guri Atan, particularly on the CEO of the CDF board. Let me continue, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as we move forward, one of the critical things, when I looked at this, the Big Four agenda for the Jubilee government, which we do support because of the handshake, on matters of food security, Mr. Speaker, the locusts that we are talking about all over, the coronavirus, this obviously, we like it or not, is going to affect our economy. And the fights between China and the USA in terms of is it 5G or whatever it is. So these are some of the global factors we'll be able to look at. But as we move forward, when it comes to the issues of parliamentary service, We have so many members of parliament who have not been given offices here. And that's why we are saying we do not support the issue that we reduce the ceiling towards the Parliamentary Service Commission. When it comes to judiciary, one of the big problems in this country, Mr. Speaker, is the fight against corruption. Who is a critical partner here? Treasury is a critical partner. We've seen the Chief Justice complaining. We should increase more allocation of funding as far as judiciary is concerned, Mr. Speaker. And other independent bodies like DCI, like DPP, the Auditor General. Up to now, the Auditor General, Mr. Speaker, has not been picked. We've asked the selection panel. And you know the critical role that the Auditor General plays, Mr. Speaker, as far as issues of corruption are concerned. How I wish that you had given me a minute.
Yes, let's have the chair of Information Communication, Honorable Kisang.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. From the onset, I want to say I support the budget policy statement report by the Budget Committee. Honorable Speaker, as a committee, as a chairman of ICT, we presented our report to the Budget Committee, and we are happy that this time the Budget Committee has basically the report is very clear. But what we want to do, to say, Honorable Speaker, is when the estimates come in April, we want a very close relationship between the budget statement and the estimates, because I remember this year's budget, the 2019-2020 estimates, there was no connection between the budget policy statement and the estimates. And as we presented to the Budget Committee, there are some reallocations that we did, and we expected the Budget Committee to take on our reallocations. But instead of the Budget Committee taking our reallocations, Honorable Speaker, they decided to move them elsewhere. So I believe this time the Budget Committee is not going to do the same mistake, because there is wisdom when a committee reallocates resources. Honorable Speaker, I want to talk about what we presented to the Budget Committee. We gave a proposal to assist the government, to assist KRA to raise more resources. Recently, in the last the finance bill, KRA came up, Treasury came up with the turnover tax. And for them to collect turnover tax from small businesses, it's going to be very difficult. So we gave a proposal which I hope Treasury is going to take on with KRA to assist the small businesses, to give them a simple system, a point of sale system that will be connected to KRA, so that it will be easy for KRA to know what each of the businesses are sold in a month, and it will be easy for them to collect turnover tax. That's the way the rental income is calculated at 10%. So I hope the chair budget is listening, and he will follow up with the Treasury. Honorable Speaker, on the pending bills, there are many businesses that have closed for the last 2 years, 3 years. There are people who have even passed on because the businesses closed, their houses have been sold because of pending bills. Many people, especially the youth, persons with disability, and the women who have done work with the counties and also national government because of the 30% rule on procurement, but most of them have not been paid. In fact, recently we were seeing in the papers, there are many that have supplied services and goods to correctional services, basically to prison, and prison are not paying, and they are saying they are not going to pay. And these are genuine supplies. So as other members have said, maybe we need to put a conditional amount for each county and also national government for each of the ministries so that they can pay pending bills. Because basically what we are going to see, we'll see more businesses closing down, and as businesses close down, we lose jobs. People are going to, they'll not be able to take their children to school. So I believe it is important that we put those line items for pending bills as a first charge. Honorable Speaker, there is a pending bill by Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. For the last 3, or even in the last parliament, Honorable Speaker, I was in the same committee. There is a pending bill to the Japanese of about 2 billion. And it is appearing in the books of Kenya Broadcasting Corporation every year as a pending bill. but we understand already Treasury has paid. We wonder why the ministry should not engage Treasury so that they can do a cabinet memo that bending bill in the books of KBC is written up, so that KBC at least can have an held financial statement, because currently they are owing KRA, they are owing NSSF, they are owing NHIF and SACCOs. So I hope that thing will be followed up so that that bending bill of 2 billion is written up from the books of Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. But generally, the Minister of ICT, since June last year, they have done well. The bending bill was 255 million. As of December last year, they had paid because of the instructions from the president, and they are remaining now with about 71 million, which we believe by end of the financial year, they should be on zero. Honorable Speaker, on this particular department, ICT, we have a program that has been funded for over years that we call National Fiber Optic. And this is basically to avail internet to all our constituencies, especially the sub-county headquarters and sub-county hospitals. And I want to report that basically in this budget policy statement, they have already, the policy is in place, and they are putting more resources so that all our sub-county headquarters are connected with fiber optic. All our sub-county hospitals are connected under the big four, so that at least our doctors can share medical records across the country. If we have a specialist, say in Nairobi, they can share records with a medical doctor who is in Iten, who is in Mombasa and other areas. We have the Cuban doctors. They are not able to share medical records across because some of the hospitals are not connected. And in this budget policy statement, I'm happy that they are putting resources to connect all our sub-counties.
Honorable Kisang, what is your point of order? Honorable Kimani.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I don't want to interrupt the chair, but I was just requesting, Honorable Speaker, and I know this is not procedural because we should have done this at the beginning, but just to request those who are contributing, Honorable Speaker, considering the time, to consider contributing for maybe about 5 minutes without the Speaker having to direct, just to plead with, to allow more members to contribute, because looking at the time, we may only have 2 other members.
Well, Honorable Member, you have said it's not procedural because it should have been brought earlier. Or what you are doing is being persuasive to the members. The members, you are appealing. The members have a choice to heed to your appeal or not. But let's see in the next member, whether they are persuaded.
Honorable Speaker, the chair budget and appropriation committee spoke for over 1 hour. He spoke over 1 hour, so I don't know why he wants to cut tail others. He spoke himself. Should have saved time. Honorable Speaker, I'm winding up. I wanted to talk about our smart city CONSA. Basically, CONSA is the government wants to connect all our special economic zones and CONSA city with fiber. The reason why they want the economic zones, special economic zones are connected, so that as soon as they are ready, when the investors come in, the private investors and government investors come in, they'll be internet ready, they'll be digitally ready, so that as soon as investors come in, they don't have to say there's no internet in this particular special economic zone or CONSA city. Basically, we are connecting the national data center that is ongoing now at CONSA that will house all backup for the country. Honorable Speaker, I want to plead and ask honorable members, there is, in the last parliament, there was a partnership between the Minister of ICT and National Government CDF in construction of constituency innovation apps. I realize there are many MPs who have not taken this up, and this basically constituency innovation apps will help our youth, because these are the centers that the youth will go for online jobs under a JIRA program. And I'm pleading 2020, 2019, 2021, honorable members, please put resources in your constituency innovation apps, because the ministry, in conjunction with the MasterCard, is also going to employ for you a center manager and the trainer of trainers. So basically, in each center, you can have two youths being employed. So please, I plead that let's allocate CDF resources. It's only 1.16 million for each CIH. So, Honorable Speaker, I support the report.
Let's see whether Honorable Bayer is persuaded.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I stand to support this and say this, that one of the industries that is on the first lane of growth is the services sector. The services sector is where economic growth is in the world today. But if you look at the BPS today, it does not really vouch for growth of the public sector, of the service industry. The services industry, that is tourism, transport, finances, entertainment, and the cyberspace, is where growth is in the world. Today, many countries that are experiencing economic growth are actually those countries that are investing. Singapore is such a case, and the Asian tigers. You don't find a lot of manufacturing in Singapore. You hardly find any agriculture there. But you realize that the transport sector, the ports, and the financial services, the tourism, has made the country's economy grow very, very fast. If you read the BPS today, you realize that it actually states and makes a very bold statement that in the world, the services sector is where there is growth. But then it goes ahead to vouch for sectors that are slow in growth. Manufacturing, yes, is what we are looking at. But manufacturing without an equal investment in agriculture, there's no nexus. Such that if we do not invest in agriculture, we have a problem with the coffee today. We have problems with the tea. We have problems with the sugar industry. These are agricultural produce that we would like to do value addition and move forward to manufacturing. But these are sectors that have issues. And if they have issues, but then we are sinking a lot of the money in those sectors, we will not get the expected growth in the economy. So I would like to look at a policy shift such that this country moves towards the services sector where there is growth in the world. Of course, we cannot abandon agriculture and do all the other things that we are doing right now, but I think we need to put deliberate effort. This is the third BPS since the Agenda 4 started. The Big Four agenda started, the third BPS. But if we look at it and try to evaluate what are the previous two BPSs that we have passed in this part, what have they done in these Big Four agenda? Have we seen any growth? Have we seen any activities that are stimulating the economy? I can tell you for sure right now, we have not seen that. We have not seen growth in the housing sector, third BPS. We have not seen in the manufacturing, third BPS. We have not seen in food security. Still, Kenyans are going hungry. There is still deficit of food. We still want to import maize. But yet we are saying, in the four big agenda of this country, the third BPS, and yet there's no growth. So where is the missing link in terms of boosting the economy of this country when we are doing the third BPS? Do we need a shift of the agenda? Do we need a complete paradigm shift in terms of where we are investing in this country? The other important thing, Mr. Speaker, that I would like to point out is we're still relying heavily on rain-fed agriculture. Rain-fed agriculture that has actually not been very helpful for this country. I have not seen the expansion of irrigation in the BPS. I have not seen money allocated for big dams or for things that can help in agricultural productivity without having to rely heavily on the rain. The third point, Mr. Speaker, I would like to point out is preparedness for disaster. Today, coronavirus is going to have a major devastating effect on the economy of this country. I come from the coast, and my constituency is actually tourism heavy. There's nothing else that we rely on apart from tourism. Today, flights from Italy have been stopped. What does that mean? Thousands of jobs are already lost by today. Why? Because there are no more bookings. There are no more tourists coming in. The Kenya Airways will be earning a lot of millions of shillings from these Italians coming into this country. Many other sectors that rely on tourism. KRA would be earning a lot of money if this tourism sector were to grow. But we have a lackadaisical way of handling the tourism sector. Today, today, I can tell you the coronavirus is going to have a devastating effect on the economy of this country, such that the projections that we have in BPS might not materialize because of this. How are we prepared as a country, and how does this BPS prepare us for disasters like now, so that it can cushion the economy? The locust menace that we have right now, which is a disaster, we are unable even to manage it. But we know it will have a big dent on agriculture. Right now, farmers are reeling from the effects of the locusts. Now, if we have such a problem right now, how are we prepared in the BPS as we read the BPS? I hear the BPS, they want to take 3 billion shillings for, what is this thing called, when they go around there and distribute projects for themselves. But they have not looked at how do they plug the hole that will come in because of the problem that we have because of the locusts. How are they to plug the hole in the economy in terms of revenue, in terms of job losses that will come because of the 2 disasters that this country is facing. So I think as you're revising the figures and looking at it, you need to look at it. Other countries are already having mitigation measures to cushion their economy from the coronavirus. What are we doing as a country? I go back to my constituency this weekend, and I do not know what to tell the people there because they're belayed of their jobs. The mamamboga who would supply something to the hotel cannot supply. They will not be paid. They'll even be pending bills now in the private sector because of what we're experiencing today, because of the disasters that we are looking at. The other thing that I need to talk about, and lastly, Mr. Speaker, is implementation of projects. I heard what 2 things that were said by my friend Okombo Milemba here and Kimunya, that sometimes when we deny the economy money because of pending bills, then we're actually killing the economy, because I prepared myself to supply a certain amount of items, but that money is not forthcoming in the economy. So I remain with my goods. And when I remain with my goods, I do not earn anything. Productivity in this country will only happen when we have money in the economy. If there is no money in the economy, there'll be less. The farmer today who cannot get a loan to buy a tractor to go and do farming is denying the economy money, because the 100 acres that he would have done would have produced for the country. That productivity would have enhanced the GDP. But because that farmer has not achieved that, or his money has not been paid by a county government, or his money has not been paid by the national government, he cannot do 1,000 acres, he will do 100 acres. That means KRA will get less money. When KRA gets less money, there's less revenue. There'll be less jobs for the economy because he would have hired more workers with 1,000 acres, and therefore continue to shrink the economy that we have. Mr. Speaker, as I support this BPS, I think as we go along, I think the technocrats at Treasury need to be more creative and more innovative and look at ways to ensure that this economy, like my leader of minority said, the Hakuna Pesa economy needs to stop. Money has to be there. You cannot grow an economy if it does not have money. It is money, which grows an economy. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, you took rightly around 8 minutes, rightly so. Honorable, top on the list to my right now is Honorable Ashila Kabinga.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I will try to be receptive to the Budget Committee Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this report. Mr. Speaker, BPS is an important document, a very important document, for it is a document that the government reflects its strategies and policies and priorities that will inform the budget making or the budget that we expect in April, Mr. Speaker, and the estimates. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, the expenditure that is put in this particular document, right from the time data is collected from the various departments at the local level, to the time we have public participations, to the time various committees undertake to present to the Budget Committee, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, for this report to be prepared is an expenditure that should be taken seriously, is an expenditure that should live to its purpose, Mr. Speaker. And it is unfortunate that today we are here discussing a budget policy statement that will inform the budget estimates in April, And come April, we will get a budget estimate that is totally away, or totally unaligned to the policy statements, Mr. Speaker. And we need to ask ourselves as a country, why are we not able to forecast, to plan, to be able to come up with a document that lives to its purpose, Mr. Speaker? We have countries like America, whose budget is 3 years, and within those 3 years, the deviations are minimal, Mr. Speaker. Yet ours here, we prepare a budget policy statement right now. April comes, we get a budget that is totally different or away from the policy statement itself, and we end up, Mr. Speaker, in a budget estimate that is approved by this House, followed very quickly by supplementary budgets. Followed because the makers of the budget have formed a practice that because supplementaries can come and can pass, then they don't need to be serious as they prepare the budget estimates as well as the policy statements, Mr. Speaker. This issue of MODs and ministries being able to spend money and present that in the supplementary budget, Mr. Speaker, is a practice that we need to watch and to be careful about, because this is one of the things that is really causing the MODs not to be serious with their budget in the budget making. Mr. Speaker, we also see cases where the budget is approved, we are all ready for the implementation, but the disbursements of funds, again from Treasury, are either delayed or not there, causing us to get what we are now referring to as outstanding bills, Mr. Speaker. And this is why this country cannot settle, because right from the budget, from the policy statement to the budget estimates to the disbursements by the Treasury, there are a lot of challenges and areas that needs to be addressed, Mr. Speaker. If we were to be serious with these documents and budget making, we will not be having this kind of pending bills that we are watching today. And Mr. Speaker, jumping into the pending bills, I am persuaded that some people do use pending bills as cash cows. These pending bills involve huge amounts of money, and there are people who take advantage, that they will push for the payments for some people, and there are cuts that are involved there, Mr. Speaker. I am persuaded that it's a high time that this country comes up with an independent body to be looking at pending bills, to be monitoring MODs to ensure that pending bills do not exist, and where they exist, payments should be done by an independent body, so that this idea of having people having to push for payments of pending bills for some selected people who are willing to play the game, and I dare say so, Mr. Speaker, because this is so in this country, that those things can be avoided. Mr. Speaker, the BPS has prepared. The theme of the BPS itself, Mr. Speaker, is to harness the Big Four for the creation of jobs and for economic prosperity. If we were to live to that theme, Mr. Speaker, then we would see the BPS pointing to some of the economic areas that are going to create jobs. And it's a high time again that MODs make quarterly reports on how they are creating jobs and actually how many jobs they have created and awarded to our youth, Mr. Speaker. And this is why I support, in particular, the internship program by the Public Service Commission. This is one area that we need to put a lot of money. So far, 3,000 young men and women have been accorded the opportunity of being interns in various civil service areas, Mr. Speaker. And the target by the end of the year is to have 6,000 of them. If we were to put more money in that kind of an effort, Mr. Speaker, probably we would be able to address the unemployment issue to a large extent. Another area we need to look at, Mr. Speaker, I know in this country we do try to balance between provision of services as a social commodity and as a business case, Mr. Speaker. Business case, I mean putting in money where money will come out in big number. And this is more so in areas that generate income, Mr. Speaker. Farming or agriculture for that nature, for that matter, is an area that we really need to look at. And sometimes, Mr. Speaker, sometimes I get worried when I don't see a lot of focus into that area. When I go to my own place in Mwea and see farmers struggling to do rice farming with no helper, no agricultural extension officers, not a single one in that scheme. Yet we are still talking about unemployment. We're still talking about youth who have gone to school, to university, and they are not getting jobs. And we don't have these extension officers. When I see young men and women trying to grow tomatoes, sometimes being caught up by weather because there is nobody to advise them, Mr. Speaker, I feel we need to put in more resources into those areas, put in more resources into access roads for some agricultural areas, the on-farm roads. You should be there when our farmers are harvesting, and you see the struggle as they try to get farm produce with the carts, Mr. Speaker. And all we need is little money to put in some of these farms, and we generate more farm produce and more income to the farmers and to the nation. I do agree that we also need to look at areas, other areas that needs to be developed. But as we do so, let us balance out. Let us balance out between providing services as a way of addressing issues that pertains to marginalization and others, but also ensure that we put in resources to those historical areas also that are known to generate funds that support the economy of this country, Mr. Speaker. If we do that, then I think we will be able to have a growth that is well balanced. Mr. Speaker, another area that I want to touch on is on monitoring of the budget. And this, because my brother here wants to get some minutes, I'll be very quick. Mr. Speaker, monitoring of budget by especially this parliament is wanting. And I think it's also high time that we have various committees making a quarterly report on how they are faring in the monitoring of budget by the executive, implementation of budget by the executive, Mr. Speaker, because that's an area that we are faring. The other thing is on use of ICTs for transparency. Instead of having people to queue to know whether they are being paid for their produce, let us have ICTs supported so as more transparency can be realized. Mr. Speaker, I support this bill and I donate the remaining minutes to my brother. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Ashira, you know, it is good to be true to your friend. You had no minute to donate. And even if you had, you have no capacity to donate, because this is a chance for now Honorable John Bunyasi.
Thank you, Chair. I see I'm right on the wire. Chair, I rise to support the BPA's under discussion, but there are a number of issues which we as Parliament, even down in the Budget Committee, looking at the proposals that have come from government, where my view is that there's a lot of room for qualitative improvement. I think one, just to underscore what was also said by Honorable Bai, I think it was, what has been the consistency between the last three BPSs and this one in respect of the overall goal of Agenda 4. And I think I can hazard a guess that it would be inconsistent, that it will not have followed the same track that's targeted to that. And I think that should be a matter for concern, major concern by the head of state, who has put a lot of energy in pushing the Agenda 4. Secondly, when you look at implementation, what has been the performance? Forget the conceptualization in the various BPSs, but the implementation. We have a big divergence between what it says it intends to do and what actually happens. Part of it is the clear evidence that the degree of implementation of some of the major projects could be as low as 3%, which means the contractor simply drove by, and no more than probably 30%. At that rate, when you do not implement, you do not spend money on the development side. It doesn't enter into the economy. It doesn't enter into the economy, the multiplier effects are then not going to be there. But even more importantly, some of the development expenditures, by definition, once in place, are a means by which the next tier of effects are enhanced because you have expanded, improved, provided for facilities, including infrastructure, that underpin the next round of growth, whether roads or ports, for example, or water supply for irrigation, for potable, for drinking, and so on. These become things that now are bigger in the next cycle than they were in the previous cycle. When they don't get done, it's not just a matter of saying, hey, these guys are lazy, they haven't done this. No, it's important. It's undermining all of the expectations we want to happen in growth in subsequent cycles and so on. I hazard, therefore, to say that at this rate, it will be a miracle for us to achieve Agenda 4 goals. And I think it behooves the Treasury to really sit back and say, where is it that has not been done? What is it that we must go back to and complete so that we can engender even faster growth? For example, now, as we talk about Agenda 4 and the creation of jobs and the environment, we have the blue economy, for example. What is it we are doing now that will become now a key determinant of the next round of growth from the blue economy? If it's nothing, we are just going to sing a song, and nothing happens. The areas like agriculture, somebody alluded to the fact that some of the economies that have grown rapidly, they look at Singapore and others, don't have agriculture. So be it. City-states are different from normal countries. But normal countries, agriculture is very critical because it's the one that through which you do your initial training of manpower, the fees that are going to be paid, the medical expenses, the transport, is going to come from the earnings of the families. These families are largely rural and largely agriculture. But as the economy grows and technology changes, the need for those inputs will not be there. So you release that extra labor now to go to the other sectors. But we have failed in these other sectors. And that's why I think the Agenda 4 goal was particularly relevant on industrialization, for example, that we would then be able to black out the surplus labor that is sitting in urban slums and in rural areas appearing to be working, but really working for barely any wages, so to say, into higher quality jobs and so on. That is not happening when implementation of critical inputs is not taking place. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, and I have to skip a lot of things, two things. The committee has commented here, has said that the benefits of growth are unequal. The spatial dimension, the distribution across the country. And we're not talking about spreading everything equally, but at least being able to see pockets of growth, pockets of activity in various parts of the country, partly because we really do not know where the next generation of high flyers is going to come from. So it's better we do that to spread. That has been a weakness, it's still a major weakness. Lastly, the issue of how you finance all this development, the matter of public debt. Public debt, though sometimes you get failures, linguistic failures like this vernacular. Public debt, I think it's a critically important issue. And public debt must just be the minimum you need to facilitate the growth that you are projecting. So this requires a critical understanding of the macroeconomic framework. That is the framework that looks at the overall performance of the economy and where it could go, and then to say, beyond the resources we're able to get from the community, how much can we add to it through borrowing? And that must be a cost, if it's a line of cost minimization. And that's not happening now. That's why I think it's extremely important to have alternative ways of managing public debt in such a way that the treasury mandarins can take it as given rather than as the main driver. And I'm expecting that in the next few weeks, we'll have a proposed legislation in the pipeline that will help to improve the management of public debt. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, sir, let me just cut off. It looks like I have a minute there, but let me leave it at that. Thank you.
Very well, honorable members, I'm afraid I can't get to my right. It is 7. I know quite a number of members wanted to speak to this, including Honorable Mugambi, who was to be donated some minutes. Honorable Mugambi, you cannot be donated now. You may not, because we must rise. We must rise. As you know, it is a requirement that we rise at this time. But don't worry. This is not being concluded today. We still have yet another time to speak to this. So members will have time and space to engage on this. And I can tell from the members, they couldn't take less than 10 minutes because it's a weighty issue and want to prosecute and engage on it satisfactorily, which is okay. Honorable members, we are not going to do anything that is outside the standing orders. Honorable members, the time being 7 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Thursday, 5th March 2020 at 2:30 p.m.